Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
I heard from everybody else but you, so just double checking.
And we're recording.
Yeah, it might have had something to do with me saying that I was ready.
Oh God, everything is on fire!
Not on fire.
Tammy.
Man.
Okay.
Not on fire yet.
Cool. Welcome back, folks, to another Actual Play broadcast. We're back at it again with Aldfair. The party is in a pickle. Who wants to explain the pickle and what happened last session?
We're not in a pickle. We're in assassination.
Because I have no announcements. So let's just jump into the recap.
Well, we found our locals again. And to start diplomatic talks, we took a group of them to come meet our encampment, particularly the heads of it.
We did our best
head
to make friends.
The princess. I was never actually clear on that. Once they were there, we had talks about this celestial order magnate play thing. The actual name escapes me, but essentially a theocratic republic of some sort with living gods that believe we are entirely uncivilized. And we are especially uncivilized for not dying with our civilization. So needless to say, they threw out a lot of join us and be re-educated, or we will probably fucking kill you. We didn't like that very much. So talks went a lot of nowhere. Eventually, we decided to call it a day, as we would discuss amongst ourselves and think about it. And that night, we encountered these bat people things. Tilk specifically encountered them. Sveta narrowly caught the tail end and put them to sleep, where they were summarily butchered. And we found out that the princess was killed, and that was our the people that we had escorted here. So, great on us for bringing assassins into the camp.
Yeah, it seemed that two of them had transformed into those creatures for combat, I suppose, while the other two had killed themselves before we found them.
To prevent them from leaking any secrets, I assume.
Probably, yeah.
Also, some weird symbol were etched into the chest of the princess.
Yeah,
well, we managed to decode that, didn't we?
I think it was
yes,
for a fragment of honor or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for a fragment of honor.
For a token of honor.
A token of honor, yes. Which is, since they were presumably exiled by self or by others, they were doing this to try to get some honor back, since they value that highly in their society.
We at least think they were exiled.
Yeah, there's a lot of conjecture around these celestial dominion folks.
Yeah. We can't exactly ask them, so it's a lot of running theories.
Yeah.
And they weren't very forthcoming about information either.
Most certainly not. Cool. So, that said, obviously, Princess still dead. That hasn't changed. So, for this session... I believe it's going to be appropriately titled. I wrote it down here somewhere. What remains? So, it's the middle of the night. roughly kind of starting to get into the early hours of kind of sort of morning. It's technically winter now, so the nights are long. You would have to guess it's probably somewhere around midnight or at least the early hours. But as you all process information, you eventually, like, your leads and everything come to what few guards there are. Caius is involved, obviously. The high priestess you pulled in, and she's involved, which she seems to have like fully taken on the mantle at this point of high priestess.
And no one else did.
And yeah, and especially with everything going on, it seems like she is doing it because she has to.
Many have
that said,
on them.
Unless there's any information you all wish to withhold for yourselves regarding what happened during the fighting and what you found out from your searching and such, information is disseminated to the people who need to know.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine I'm probably not telling everyone about Tilk's freak out.
Yeah, that I'm assuming you all are keeping on the DL, because that doesn't need to be public information. That's not relevant to the greater scheme of things.
It is not.
Yeah.
That said, because I'm just kind of hastening this process because we don't really need to RP like 30 minutes of y'all recanting what we already covered in the session catch up.
Oh my god, are we getting railroaded? I want
you are really
8-hour RP of the drama sesh.
Anyways, so
no for you.
Unfortunately, going back to sleep doesn't really feel like an option, as while it feels like there's a lot happening, at the same time, there's not a lot happening. Like, obviously, the past, like, half hour has been really intense. But, like, once things have been explained and things have wound down, things are kind of, like, calm but anxious as word will begin to spread throughout the tent city. There is uncertainty in the air. People, especially like Caius and like some of the guards, like soldiers and such, you can tell that they aren't really sure what's next. Like, this is kind of just reaching untenable levels at the rate that things have been going.
Yeah.
So going back to sleep doesn't really feel like much of an option, as much as tired as you all are from your trip outside the tent city the past couple days, and then coming back and then being woken up in the middle of the night to go fight. Between anxiety and adrenaline and everything, sleep doesn't feel like really an option.
Yeah, I'm pretty awake right now, unless Sveta wants to cast sleep on all of us.
Yeah.
Oh wait, one effect the half elf. God damn it.
Yeah. Some of you could benefit, but not all of you.
Oh dang it!
But so you unfortunately do not gain a long rest, or the benefits of a rest, since there is only one kind of rest in Pathfinder. Habitually calling it a long rest. I'm assuming you all just kind of hang out, just kind of stick together.
Yeah.
And eventually an early breakfast will come, and you all be able to partake in that. Do you all want to talk amongst yourselves, or do you have anything in mind?
Yeah, I think
Hairstyle is probably just kind of looking over the scene,
And just he's like lost in thought and contemplation as he just keeps looking at it from different angles.
If you're talking about the bodies, like probably about like 10 or 15 minutes after you like found them and reported your findings, they were taken away by the mortuary, quote unquote.
We have one of those?
The mortuary is a very vague term. They're not a literal, like, the staff of a mortuary or anything like that. It is the polite society term for the followers of the bone. They are those who give death rites and pay homage to the goddess of bones so that the dead will not come back.
Yeah.
Very hazy gray area on how allowable such practices are, but they are deemed a necessity, and especially considering this, where there is ill will, they were not particularly discreet about coming for the bodies. All of the bodies were collected by them.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't need people freaking out about them anyway.
Yeah. The bodies were at least hidden from the sight of other people when they were taken away, but they were escorted away to a tent a little bit more on the outer edges.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's open floor to y'all as like an early breakfast is like kind of being provided. I'm gonna say it's probably around like 2 a.m. at this point.
All right, I think
And it's 8:25 of here now.
I think in the absence of our late monarch, we should probably try and gather anyone who's at least currently in charge of any particular organizations, like the High Priestess for the church, anyone else on a similar position. I don't personally have a full plan for like replacement of the government or anything like that, but some semblance of leadership in some way, I think, would be good.
Yeah, gathering those people with authority to try and keep this under control.
I agree.
Yeah, people who already have the trust of others.
One potential roadblock to that could be the fact that we were seen escorting the strangers in. I imagine trust in us as a group probably damaged to people who don't know what's going on. Like, yeah, everyone knows what's happened, or a good chunk of people knows what has happened, but the lead up, what went down inside the tent, that's a different story.
Therefore, we should begin with those who know.
I think we should also take care to at least try to ensure that the response to this isn't everybody hating people from this place. We don't need, new and improved kinds of racism to be the result of our endeavors so far.
That's going...
Yeah.
That might be difficult.
I just think it's something that should be considered.
Absolutely. Yeah. But everyone's immediate reaction is going to be likely going to be that of distrust and hatred.
In fairness, what few talks we've had with them have not exactly inspired us to think otherwise.
That's how everyone's going to see it, unfortunately. However,
I can think their government is terrible without thinking that all people from the country are evil or subhuman.
No, but when people have no experience otherwise, it can be hard to separate that intellectually.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's hard to think not everyone is like that when 100% of the time that you've met someone like that, they are, that persuasion.
Well, maybe we'll have better meetings in the future, but that's them. We need to worry about us.
Yeah.
Well,
What?
so the high priestess, or current high priestess, has a lot of trust, and they know what's going on.
She may be another line of communication to whoever else we would want together. It looks like Caius has been the one looked to for organizing combative forces for the most part.
And that'd be him or High Hand. I imagine. Oh,
That's true.
knowledge nobility. What do I know of High Hand?
Sure, roll it, bud. Very relevant.
It's real.
Or local, if one is higher than the other.
I'm gonna be rolling knowledge nobility.
Well, I can roll knowledge local.
Sure.
Dice channel, where are you? There we go.
7.
That's unfortunate for Tilk.
Looks not very smart. Okay.
Tilk, High Hand sounds vaguely familiar. You're pretty sure it's not a noble house. But the name kind of rings a bell. Which one were you rolling, Ollie? Nobility or local?
Nobility.
27,
Okay.
27. Jesus Christ.
So, Liana, for knowledge local, you understand that there are a lot of stories that get passed around about the High Hands. The High Hand family allegedly came from, the name. The name that existed before the High Hand title existed has kind of been lost to time a little bit. It dates back to the Orthellan Crusade, but there was essentially a lowly soldier who kind of defended a group of injured soldiers at like a medical camp. On his own when they were being overrun by Draken warriors.
Yeah, the Orthellan Crusade was the war against the dragon who was trying to take over the world. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was alleged he was called High Hand because the camp was at the top of a hill. And he was essentially fighting off the attacking forces from a choke point at the top of the hill. And eyewitnesses said it's like every time he rose his hand, when it came down, another body fell. And so he earned the name High Hand. But allegedly he was just some commoner, just some guy. No actual like family name or anything.
He's just a little guy.
For Earth-style knowledge nobility, High Hand is not a noble family per se, but it is a respected family. They essentially come from a long line of warriors. The family line was established during the Orthellan Crusade, but they've not really dealt too much in noble affairs. But it is said a High Hand is almost always in one of the king's councils, whether it is an official position or a sort of silent observer, probably somebody who is questioned when others aren't looking type deal.
Interesting.
But yeah, not noble, highly respected.
Okay.
That seems like someone good to talk to.
Does. It might.
Let's see who else.
See, I'm just trying to think of. We can get the house in the Hedo with the High Priestess if she's willing to talk. High Hand might be a little bit more difficult, depending on how close they were to the princess, queen. Caius is not a leader. Not by choice. He doesn't exactly radiate the personality for it, and he does that on purpose.
That's fair.
Also, Caius's faith is viewed to be unsavory, so that could cause friction with the High Priestess. And if I had to have one influence over the other, I'll take the High Priestess. If I had to have one in combat, I'd take Caius.
Hmm.
Did the city have any like crafting guilds or anything like that?
Oh,
Or any like
several.
organizations based on trades and such?
Several. Considering you all did live there for a very brief time, so you might have been able to pick up some details and some like small talk here and there. So I'm willing to allow you to roll a knowledge local to see what guilds you know of, but it's going to be a higher DC because you didn't grow up there. You were only there for what amounted to like less than 2 weeks, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, our only interaction with them would have been like grocery shopping. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing we have to consider is that if we don't have any nobles sit on the council, we are going to lose some sway that way. They do hold sway, whether we want to admit it or not.
I think it's less they hold sway and more will they actively work against us because of it.
okay, 13 after a mythic search.
I only have one of those left for today.
So Leona, you'd obviously know about the collegiate. They're not really spoken of as a guild, but technically from a legal standpoint, they are a guild. Because the collegiate is not actually acknowledged as like a legal academy. Because they have total control over who gets to attend. And the concept of private school doesn't really exist in Aldfair.
But
so the fact that they control who is allowed to apprentice and learn amongst them makes them a guild, legally speaking.
okay.
So that's what you would be aware of.
Are they
or style with? Or yes.
Sorry. Oh, I was going to ask about the collegiate. Like, do they focus on a particular subject, or are they just like a general like education?
Every arcane study. It is, as long as it's arcane related, whether it's theory, practical application, whatever, it's fine, but it has to be arcane related. Some tangential studies of divine magic are acceptable under the lens of knowledge. But if you think you're going to be a divine caster and just come in and do prayer magic as a member of the collegiate, that's not how that works. There has to be an intellectual pursuit involved.
Okay, so that's probably someone I'll probably want to like wrangle in some form for some of the stuff I want to do.
You were Tremock's apprentice.
Yeah, I'm hoping that will get me into the conversations they need.
Style, you're 28. Spending time hitting the streets with your alternatively functional mentor. He rambled on about a lot of different things when you're out, like people watching and stuff. You are aware that the construction of the city is largely held responsible by the Artificer Guild, which was once a branch of the Alchemist Guild, but then broke off and became its own guild. And then you also know that there are actually myriads of guilds. Some of them have official guild halls. Well, had. some of them did not. For example, the one you did hear about that did not was the Fishing Guild. They technically did not have a headquarters or a guild hall. They had a small office to like lodge complaints and stuff, but it was to essentially be the kind of sort of bookkeeping and helping make sure that fishermen don't fucking murder each other over quote unquote stealing each other's fishing spots and similar such shenanigans.
Tripes.
Yeah, it was mostly to keep things organized. There were myriads of guilds like that, but like the two like big guilds that you have heard about are the Artificers Guild and the Alchemist Guild. What caused the Artificers to break away from the Alchemists is their invention of alchemicrete. Through an alchemical process, mixing various stones and sand and crunching stone down into gravel, they're able to combine it with an alchemical concoction to make an extremely durable building material in vast quantities. And so long as it was kept like sealed and dark, it would remain liquid. Well, viscous liquid, not like runny. But once exposed to sunlight, it would begin to harden. And that is what literally every level above the ground level and the majority of the buildings in Adax was constructed of. So that's what you
Interesting.
I mean, if we have enough representatives, we could form a council. The nobility throwing a fit is a potential matter that we have to worry about. Because
exactly constitutes nobility anyway. Normally it's owning land, right?
I think it's a birth thing. Like you're born a noble.
Land,
Like there are noble kids,
birth,
right? But they don't own land because kids can't own land.
Yeah, that's
influence,
fair.
Land, birth, probably extraneous circumstances, significant contribution to the kingdom,
That's
religious
fair.
significance,
or style.
or even favoritism.
Would Tilk's player like the info dump on what constitutes a noble?
Yes, because Tilk
Because you
would
don't have
know.
to roll to know that.
Yeah. Because I don't know if I technically constitute as a noble anymore.
I'm just trying to figure out, like,
nobility.
are they even nobles anymore, technically?
Nobility, fascinatingly, is kind of divided into two different kind of groups of nobles. Nobility almost always boils down to lineage. And that lineage at some point was established and made important for one reason or another. Now, some of those reasons are as simple as, well, they owned land, or they were really rich. And on some weaker claims, such as, well, they just owned some land, depending on the case, could bring into question, like, are they really worth being considered noble? And they might be shunned by certain noble families, et cetera, et cetera. However, you have the noble lines that exist pretty much entirely within Adax. Those noble lines typically have a ancestral manor, or at least a manor that they keep within the city. And what defines them as noble is pretty much just their lineage. Lineage and wealth, because, well, they were rich at one point in time, which is why they have what standing they have in the city. Most of the noble lineages within Adax became nobles because they kicked a lot of money into the construction of the city in the beginning, when it was really beginning to grow. So they kind of profited from a position of
Opportunity.
financial good standing and opportunity. And some of them participate like off and on, nobles have been in councils with the king. A lot of them have a tendency to just participate in what bored rich people do in a medieval society, and that is arrange marriages and find reasons to get mad at each other and create drama because they have nothing better to do.
Being scammed by fake occultists?
Yeah, sure. That said, there are also the nobles from beyond Adax who generally are the land-owning sort, also with lineage, but they typically own large portions of land in which they may have a township or two under their control, if not entire villages. Sometimes a city will be under their control, in which case they'll have like the title of baron, or some similar title. But those nobles they have a sense of I'm better than you than the nobles from Adax. And they generally don't make
actually do stuff. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
only kind of.
The nobles in the city are as the nobles from the countryside would say, they don't earn their keep. They're fat cats.
Wait, what do the other ones do?
Well, the ones who like actually own land or townships or a city themselves, they don't have the immense resources like the king does. They typically manage their land themselves.
And just pay a tax.
Whoever the head of the family is typically runs everything. Sure, they might have assistants. They may have like an appointed farmer who is their like go-to agricultural specialist because they're not a farmer themselves. But at the end of the day, every decision goes through them, which is granted easier to do when you have less than a couple hundred people that you're responsible for, unlike the king.
Yeah, your entire.
But they're generally
is just
even those who aren't in charge of like entire townships. They do have at least some population to maintain because they typically farm the land or gather some kind of resources from the land. Like some houses specifically have just groups of hunters that they send out, collect meat, and then they have people run meat to various areas to sell. Stuff like that.
That makes Slovens kind of fucking weird, doesn't it?
So they still make money by...
makes them very strange.
They still make money by basically existing.
Yeah.
Just employing people.
Because the Sloven, we had land out in the country and we had family in Adax.
Oh, nice.
Which makes us very weird. We rode the line.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually, in that kind of...
Which I imagine doesn't make friends.
Yeah. The family in the city are your cousins. And so your cousins, obviously, their father was brother to your father.
Am I, because I was a tithe, am I still considered nobility?
That really depends on who you ask.
Fair.
I mean,
you still bear the Sloven name. For those that care about it, that still means something.
Considering we literally don't have a government right now, we can redefine nobility if we want to.
That is true.
The issue is, does it? We have to figure out if it matters to other people.
Yeah, I mean, that goes for everything. That goes for whether we even want to use currency or whether any of the previous nobles count as nobility.
Yeah, the issue is that they're going to see themselves as nobility either way. So they're going to want to have a stake in whatever's going on.
They want to keep the status quo because it's their quo.
I mean, it is beneficial to them.
Yes.
I think that can be used to the advantage of everyone, though, because it does seem that at least most of them, I mean, we're all refugees, but they did bring more resources with them. They all have much larger dwellings and just a lot more stuff they employ.
Yeah.
lots of people, etc., compared to everyone else.
Also, if they
So-
find out, all we have to do is get a couple of them on board. I can already get one on board. That shouldn't be an issue. But with a couple on board, if the council develops to something else and they're not a part of it, then they aren't going to be a part of the system moving forward. So we just have to dangle that carrot in front of them, no matter what occurs after.
Even having one noble on this hypothetical council as a supposed representative of the nobility could go pretty far.
Yeah.
Toward assuaging them or assuaging
As
them.
long as they
I, out of
feel-
character, don't know how it's pronounced.
Assuage.
Oh,
That's
okay. I
the
couldn't-
third way I've heard it pronounced.
Wait,
Really?
what's the other one?
I've heard assuage, assuage.
Asuage!
Okay, that's what I'm saying now.
Asuage.
That would assuage their concerns.
And then we need to find, and I want to trust Urstal with this because he has a nose for investigating.
Yeah.
We need to
One
figure
called
out.
Looks up from Notepad. What?
We need to figure out who the community leaders are right now. Not back at 8X. We need to know who they are now.
Oh. Let's count hand up. Okay.
Because
Okay.
if we leave a community out, especially when we're desperate for resources and development, if that community is left out, then that's going to harm us trying to either bring them in. They're going to feel we have to make sure that everyone who should be there as a representative shows. So the people responsible for food, the people responsible for for shelter, hunting, all of that.
Yeah.
Building. I has anything remotely
we're going to
resembling
be-
permanent structures been started?
No, like I said, all that's been invested in so far has been essentially exploring the immediate tile, claiming that tile. There have been a couple other explorations exploring the tiles beyond, but no tiles have been claimed. So effectively, because of the very strange nature of the situation, and we're kind of doing a more of a story focus than like the turn-by-turn gamified kingdom building.
Mm-hmm.
A full turn technically hasn't like been actioned upon yet.
This would be our
So none of the there's also been like no decision made yet to take action to start building on the tile. The tile is claimed. You can do something with the tile if you decide to like, okay, let's actually resolve the turn and start going through that process. But until then, essentially, the settlement is in limbo. It's a tent city. There are no walls. There are no watchtowers. There are patrols, but that's pretty much it. There's no infrastructure of any kind either.
I think walls and watchtowers need to happen soon.
Yeah. I think we know what we need to do. We need to establish a council, establish at least the starts of permanent buildings, farming.
Establish a council and then decide whether we're staying here or not, because we never actually made that final decision.
Yeah,
it sounds like we're leaning towards staying, but
I mean, staying comes with the I guess since everybody who tried to kill the princess is now dead, no one can go back and say that talks broke down.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also the fact of the matter that
I'm very wary of this celestial delicacy or whatever it was called.
Yeah. So in speaking on that, the reason why I think that we should settle down, and that's probably have to take to a vote for the council. I think we should settle down because right now we know how far away they are. They're months away. That's that's still a vague number.
How far away did they say?
They said months away.
Did they say how many?
Yeah, they're not from
I, out of
No.
character, don't remember.
No.
No, they literally said it as vague as that. Months. So
Okay.
it could literally be 2 months. It could be years.
Yeah.
It's not a great known factor, but we don't know what direction they're in either. If we travel further down the coastline, we could get closer.
That's true.
We have
if we travel to another continent, we could end up running into them if we went that far.
If our food lasts that long.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the
2 months. 2 months worth of food to support your population.
And we have to bear in mind that get food to get there isn't enough. We need to be able to have enough food to set up if we change location.
You keep in mind, you don't have infrastructure set up to gather and hunt in the area. So what food you all have been consuming is pulling from what supplies you have. So that 2 months of food is literally what is left from the journey here.
Yeah. In that case, especially since we don't even know where another continent is or any other landmass, I don't think going anywhere is an option for the foreseeable future.
Agreed.
Even if we wanted to do that, we would have to build infrastructure first as a prerequisite to it. So regardless of what we want to do, infrastructure does need to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose if we're in agreement about that, it is easier to move forward with everything else. Let's see. The council doesn't necessarily need to all happen at the same time. I think a good place to start, like Silk said, community leaders, anyone who already is a community leader, someone people already trust in large numbers, people with knowledge of whatever their slice of infrastructure is, and the ability to organize people. Yeah. I think some amount of the nobility would be good to have on our side because they do have resources they would be able to allocate that they are, I would assume, very skilled at allocating since they still have them, and to some degree. I think the High Priestess is a good start. Everyone generally is already willing to follow the church. I don't think they would have done so for this long if they weren't. So
yeah.
Was it High Priestess? High Hand would be a good start for military matters. If we can find anybody from higher up in the Artificers Guild, they would be good too for beginning the process of actual permanent structures. Something else we should consider are both sources of food and healthcare. And I would like to try to...
Food should probably be one of our most the highest priority.
We need to be able to sustain ourselves here before anything.
Yeah, right now we can't actually keep the population alive en masse once the ships run out, so...
Mm-hmm. Depending on the members of the church, we might be able to cover medical for a while.
That's true. It depends on how many actual spellcasters from the church we have.
Or the collegiate.
And what... That's true. The collegiate, I do want to get in contact with them. I think it would be good to have some organized organization for arcane magic moving forward, so we can all learn from each other. If the Celestial Dominion does come for us, obviously magic would be a boon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, It might be best to divide and conquer then. I say we all move to talk to the high priestess, explain to her what we think should happen.
Yeah.
If well, let me throw this out here, and like the pessimist, let's say she thinks that she doesn't. Let's say she doesn't want that, and she wants to be the one throwing orders around by herself. Do we organize everyone anyway and depose her, and then lose access to the church, or do we want to roll with what she sees, what she says?
We should try to convince her first, at least.
No, I agree.
Yeah. I think everyone should be organized anyway, depose her or not, because we just need to be organized, and one person won't be able to make every decision. Even the king had his advisors and everything, and it sounded like the king had his advisors. There were several guilds running different things, and it sounded like the princess at least somewhat saw us in a similar way after the conversations we had had.
Yep.
So that might give us some pull. But I don't think we would want to immediately go to war with the high priestess if she decided she wanted to.
Yeah,
No.
I think we need to see what the level of that is. If it's just, oh, I would prefer to keep all my power, then maybe we can oppose that. But if it's this, my way or highway, then that's a very different question.
Anyone think of anything that we're potentially overlooking?
At the
It's
moment,
hard
we've already
to say
mentioned
with our limited
infrastructure, food,
information.
healthcare.
Yeah. Honestly, we need a lot of everything. You know, defense, infrastructure, food, healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everything everyone already did before. If they can keep doing that.
We need utilities. We can't turn this place into a town of actual shit.
Yeah. At the very least, it does seem like, well, as far as we know so far, there aren't other people in the area. Even the Dominion's very far away. So we have a lot of space to ourselves, I suppose.
We also know where there's some fresh beef.
The wildlife is quite hostile, so that will limit how far out we can go.
I think organization will help, though.
I think essentially food and defense are probably the most important things. From there, we can spawn infrastructure and healthcare.
Food and defense are at least the most time sensitive.
Yes.
But yeah, I think talking to the High Priestess is a good start. She's already in a recognized position of authority, and she might have connections that would be needed to pull others together.
Yes. She's going to be more knowledgeable about these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. There were several people I met in passing working with Sherlock, but I was never very involved in royal meetings and such. And I haven't really seen anybody else from those, so that wouldn't really help. But yeah, if the High Priestess is still awake, we can probably just go right now.
I might as well if we're not getting any sleep tonight.
I'm exhausted, but I don't believe we should be sleeping on this. So.
Well, I do think sleep is important. I have to agree.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter that should just be left until everybody wakes up and figures out what happened all at once with no plan for anybody.
All right, let's go talk to her then.
Yes.
So you all finish up your early breakfast after having a long chat. Everybody but Tilk. I need a DC 15 Constitution saving throw.
Is it poison based?
No.
Can I offer you 3 coppers instead?
No. The story's not finished yet.
The coffee shop isn't set up yet, so you cannot replace sleep with money.
Is it
microtransactions
or an actual constitution?
It's a fortitude save.
I have fortitude save, I assume.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aha, 16.
On the money. Okay.
Right.
Let's see.
I have to scroll up to my fortitude. Oh, great. It's 2.
Yeah. That's rough, buddy.
That casts their life.
Yeah.
Yep. 16.
Ooh. Would you like to mythic surge, Red?
I would like to try.
Well, it's a DC 15, right?
Yeah, so
Yes.
Mythic Surge will not save you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. True.
So I wouldn't
Not yet,
waste
at
that.
least.
Rough, buddy.
Yeah.
If you have one left, don't waste it.
Yeah.
I am running blind
Yeah,
on mythics.
All right. So
I only use
you all
2 left.
go on about your day. So first goal is the High Priestess. She's not terribly hard to find. She is chatting with some of the guards. Caius is vaguely present. He's on the outskirts of the gathering. Attention, but not involving himself.
He's doing a Caius.
Yeah, when you all approach and you make your intentions known, she suggests to let's go speak privately. And a couple clerics kind of follow along, and then you all go into her tent, and the clerics stay outside. Inside the tent, it's very basic. It's not a huge tent. It's pretty modest, basic cot. There is a wash basin and some candles and a portable altar to Nehedo. So there is a statuette depiction of both Hetyear and Melisandris together.
We'll offer a quick prayer to it. You've seen official iconography.
Yeah. And so once you're all in there and there's not really seating, but she takes a seat on the cot. So what is it you wish to discuss?
Due to current circumstances, we are in dire need to establish a form of leadership, and if we maybe be so bold to suggest, we believe a council would be a good idea, so each community feels involved and has a say. I know that it's quick to try to organize something like that so recently after the events, but we are in a desperate situation that is about survival, and mourning may have to wait.
I think it would at least involve less conflict than trying to decide which noble is the new monarch.
Right. Well, I can't say I am an authority on these things. My training has been in the faith, in guiding the faithful. Although you are correct, the situation is quite dire, and I fear without some guiding light, this might be doomed to unravel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems as though you all have an idea, so let's hear it.
We're looking to gather a council, including those with resources, those that are figureheads of communities, such as the what remains of the guilds and leaders of the community, involving High Hand, involving yourself. That way we can have a council that can make decisions and move us forward.
A group made up of people who are already trusted.
Preferably.
That would be... Well, it certainly sounds ideal, but that will be challenging. We don't have an exact census of everybody who is here. We have a general idea. There are some individuals I imagine you almost certainly will want to have in particular positions, but given the dire circumstances, while I respect your desire to want to give everybody a voice, such things can slow down the processes unless you have, well, a good plan on how to go about that.
That's true.
But identify one person to speak for an entire group, let alone roughly 12,000, I believe I was told, people. It is very difficult.
Well,
and you are right, the nobles will be eager to place one of themselves as the one in charge. But I can say with some certainty that if your interest is to make sure the people feel represented and in good hands, that is almost certainly not going to go well.
Our hope is that given that the general disorder of things, there will have been cliques that have formed amongst the people already. People have already taken charge in individual smaller groupings that we might be able to, in a sense, make use of.
Yeah,
Certainly, but it will take time to go to each of those groups and identify those leaders.
I think, well, at least my thought was, there are things that we should prioritize if we want this to become a permanent settlement, which, at least in my opinion, given our current food supplies, is probably our only option. A lot of large-scale tasks would need to be done, so anyone already in positions of influence in the necessary trades would, even if they're not official members of a government, it would be good if they were at least put in communication with each other, I think, due to... Sorry, this absolutely isn't my area of expertise.
I don't think
I suppose my concern is less with forming a perfected government and more with at least readying ourselves to live here and hopefully be ready if the Dominion does find us and decide to attack.
Yes, that is why I have brought attention to the time factor. Because perfection is almost certainly not attainable. However, we are on a very we're on a precipice. One wrong move and we go tumbling off either side. We take somebody who the people take offense to, things will unravel. We take somebody who is too soft-handed, we will unravel. Take somebody who is too heavy-handed, we unravel.
Mm-hmm.
We don't pick somebody and no decisions are made, we unravel. I may not be the most well-read in this, but similar things have come up in the church's past. People need to be... They need to be given something to do. And while there are those who do well without instruction, there are many who struggle. Even if what we decide to do is not the final form of whatever we want our structure to look like, we need someone or something to be the instructor, the one who gives the orders, to have the final say. Because without that, well, this might be all for naught.
To at least be a singular voice that, even if there is a group of leaders, someone they would defer to.
Yes.
Since I assume a
But-
singular person wouldn't, they can't know everything, but
No.
there does need to be someone making decisions, I guess.
But that is how it has always been done in Aldfair. Now, granted, we are no longer in Aldfair, but
Yeah, we are all
we
from
do
there.
know to an extent that it works. The people, they may not like whoever is in charge, but they are used to being underneath a king. They will not necessarily balk at the concept of a new king. What they will balk at is how that king is chosen and who that king is. Naturally, if you were to pick some roguish sort with no name to themselves, then there would be problems.
Sense motive. Does she have someone in mind?
Roll it.
Like, is she? I'm more like, is she leading us to what she's thinking?
Yeah, I mean, give it a roll.
22.
Hey.
No. You get the impression that she is partially explaining to you and like kind of thinking aloud at the same time. But she is not trying to push you in a direction.
Okay. So she's just kind of like musing on it out loud.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, among those that we know are here, which one has the most I don't know, best reputation for good leadership then, or good standing, etc.
Ultimately, I cannot say with any certainty. Like I said, my experience is in the church. Based off of what I have seen, Sir Highhand is respected, a little rough around the edges, but he is, as some would say, a good man. although a little focused in his thinking.
How so?
Well, he is a soldier by career. His general solution is to swing a sword at it. Now he is smart. I'm not saying he is stupid by any means, but he is a soldier. That is his experience. He could, if we were to try to reestablish the order of things as they were, I would pick him as a general.
But not a
There
king.
is nobody else aside from one that I think has the sort of experience to lead and handle the minutia of maintaining an army and training and all that. But that second option would not wish to be volunteered for it.
I believe I know who you're speaking of.
I'm sure you do. He is, at his core, he's a good man, but he is not suited for leadership, and his situation certainly ruffle feathers amongst the faithful, which I should add are not a small percentage of the surviving population. Granted, there has not been a service since arriving here, but even those who don't attend service regularly may consider themselves of the faith.
Our options for establishing someone with purpose are limited. Which was the reason why we thought a council might be best, because establishing a good lead.
Compromise.
Yeah.
Compromise ultimately, because there will be probably a lot of grumbling about power and how it should be used and who should be leading and etc. And the council would allow us to at least have a compromise.
By the sacrifice of time.
You will, regardless of how you want to establish the leader themselves, or be it a council that will vote, or I don't know. Regardless of that, you will want a greater council of specialists. Even within the church, we have every temple of any significant size has a head paladin, a head cleric, a head clergyman, amongst several other positions. Managing people in large groups requires those with specialized skill sets. Because one person cannot represent all people of all skill sets, of all mindedness or faith or whatever. It is impossible to speak for everyone. And that is why when you are a leader, as I have learned in my studies, it is important to have other people of other experiences to listen to. Because you will never have the full picture yourself. So regardless, if you want to try to organize a council or otherwise, you will need people in specific roles. Sir High Hand as a general, for example. No matter how you want to go about this, you'll need somebody to lead the men to train new warriors to handle these sorts of things. And no one else can compare to High Hand in this regard. That much I can say for sure.
A council of specialists is more or less what I was originally imagining, come to think of it. Though, I suppose less as a government and more just as a way to get things moving. As for an actual government, I suppose that could go one of several ways, that as long as there are specialists in charge of what they need to be in charge of, it would go pretty similarly.
To go kind of above board for a moment. So essentially, mechanically, regardless of how you want to handle the ruler role, there are other roles that do have to be filled. Going back to the example of Sir High Hand as general, general is a role that has to be filled. If it's vacant, there will be penalties for that. Not every role available for leadership will have penalties for vacancy, but the mandatory ones do. So, like, one such as general is a mandatory one, as well as some other ones, but that'll be something that we can discuss as we get deeper into it. But regardless of how you handle rulership, you're going to have a council of some kind of people who know what they're doing.
I guess I was going in the right direction when we brought that up. I assume we would be like ass at large scale combat without that role filled.
Yeah.
Which is a problem existentially.
Oh yeah, if a big battle was to happen now, y'all will almost entirely get wiped out.
Yeah.
Can we extend the above board talk to what we're wanting to do for placing a ruler?
Yeah, so I'll tell you right now, obviously ruler is vacant.
Yeah.
If you leave it vacant, unrest is going to increase every upkeep phase. So every kingdom turn, the unrest in the kingdom is going to go up. And there will reach a point when unrest hits critical mass and the kingdom devolves into anarchy.
What? Anarchy.
So that is like one of the most important positions. You can afford for it to go vacant for a little bit. But it's really like somebody has to be in charge.
Yeah.
Like whether it's somebody or like a small group of people or whatever it is, like there has to be an identifiable, this person is in charge. Otherwise unrest is going to start climbing, and it's going to climb kind of fast. It's not a small bonus to unrest.
Hey Tilk, you're kind of a noble, right?
Yeah.
Can't wait to be king.
Well,
we that might actually be a good idea to just, if it is accepted, I don't know, to have you as...
I mean, it sounds like we're going for more of an oligarchy anyway, so whoever is the ruler is going to be more figurehead than, like, actual decision maker.
Which is fine. An important thing to note is, since we're talking above board, we should note what the benefits of a sitting ruler does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Add your charisma modifier to this attribute for either economy, loyalty, or stability. The higher your kingdom's size, the more things you get to apply it to.
So it is good to have a charisma character there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes. Ultimately, a ruler should be a charisma character.
Yeah, that already thematically makes sense, but
Yeah.
So not
Gotta
8.
use the words.
I've got 8.
Yeah, they need to have decent. They need to have decent charisma. I think it's nobility that they use for their bonus. Let me double check. I think I have to check the settlement rules as where that's under.
You have leadership feat bonus. The bonus from the feat applies to the kingdom attributes as well. Marry someone of equal station. You both can act as ruler. Both add your charisma You both add your charisma modifiers to the kingdom attribute. Fuck.
Holy shit.
Yes.
All right, so we're marrying Tilkoff.
Why is it not saying what skill to use?
Silk, are you the only party member with not a negative charisma modifier, by the way?
I have a positive charisma modifier.
I'm about to say. I thought the witch did.
I have like 12.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad then.
Yeah, I'm not terrible at charisma. I just don't end up talking a lot because Veta is more contemplative.
That's fair.
If you have leadership.
Also, I IRL don't have a great charisma modifier.
Big mood.
Neither do I, dude.
Oh, you know what? I think the skills associated was listed further down the page. Here we go. Yeah, knowledge and ability is actually the skill roll for the leadership bonus. For ruler.
Fuck.
The last thing Brandon wanted to hear.
Yep.
Like they roll knowledge and ability to do their things as ruler.
Yes, if they were so there's the king. So the settlement had the kingdom has a sheet, which I have.
Yeah.
I thought about sharing it with you guys, but I don't want you all to get too lost in the sauce of it feeling very gamey. So like my main goal is to kind of integrate the mechanics from the sheet to make story sense in the world and not necessarily super hyper focus adhere to every rule as written in all situations. So it can be kind of flexible to kind of fit the story. Like already how establishing this kingdom is happening is nowhere near how it expects you to do it. Because the rules as they're written only expects you to be like, you've been given this much BP by like this ruler of the land to found a settlement within their kingdom. And like the entire point is for you to like build a settlement on your own that could eventually become a kingdom that gains independence or be a vassal state or something like that. But it's very narrow in how you're supposed to approach it.
Yeah.
So we're not obviously following it super focused. But I do have a sheet, and on that sheet, every leadership role, their skill rank and their bonus adds to different stats of the kingdom. And the bigger those stats are, the more likely they will succeed on their control DC checks for those stats. The control DC is established by the kingdom size, which the kingdom size is it's not based off of population at all. It's based entirely off of how many tiles you control.
Okay.
So the bigger your kingdom is physically, the harder it is to control. Kind of makes sense. I feel like population kind of should have been factored in there, but I understand why it wasn't included by default.
Maybe like distance and supply lines and stuff kind of are what they were thinking when they made it.
It's part of it, yeah. There's kind of a few factors that go into like control and unrest and stuff. There's a variety of things that can impact it. But ultimately, yeah, that's why like a good charisma with knowledge and ability is good for a ruler. Because there's not really a leadership skill. You do get bonuses if you have the leadership feat, but that's the closest to like being, somebody in charge of like important shit that you get is knowledge and ability.
Yeah.
That being said, knowledge and ability is a class skill for me. I have not invested points into it. I can.
I thought you did. Or was it knowledge local that you were rolling earlier?
No, I was rolling knowledge nobility because I technically had it as a class skill.
Oh, okay.
Class skill just haven't invested yet.
Plus, he's a noble, so
Yeah.
it's even if he doesn't have a point in it, I'm fine with him rolling it because he did
I just
grow up
meant-
now.
Yeah. Oh, I just meant it sounded like you preferred it, so I assumed you had a better bonus in it than local and like had one.
Nope, I was putting points into religion. Imagine
Makes
that.
sense.
Well, I hope you
I'll
like knowing nobles because pucker up, Buttercup.
Oh my god.
I'll make a point of noting
That was the worst way to say
somebody
that.
mentioned oligarchy. There are a couple like built-in different forms of government. By default, a kingdom is an autocracy on the assumption that you're going to have a monarch. It's a single person that rules the kingdom by popular acclaim. The person may be elected, a popular hero may be asked to lead, or even a hereditary monarch or whatever. The big point of the autocracy is it's one person that's in charge. If they marry, it's two people in charge.
Yeah.
But aside from that, one person. Oligarchy would be a group of counselors, guild masters, aristocrats, and other wealthy and powerful individuals meet in council to lead the kingdom and direct its policies. Obviously, doesn't need to literally be like rich people. Like, you all could say, fuck it, we're in charge now.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
technically be the oligarchy.
Oligarchy is just a council of some sort.
It's just more than one person. At least, but,
yeah, it's typically it's going to be like a group generally that's going to be more than like three or more people at least.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, does anything weird happen if a PC is the ruler? Like, realistically, I assume a lot of their time would be taken up by ruling.
Yeah, mechanically
So I don't know how like
speaking,
entry stuff would work for playing the game.
Yeah, mechanically speaking, leaving the kingdom to go adventuring becomes challenging. Because when you want to have because technically every month a kingdom turn occurs. A kingdom turn happens over a month. So like at the start of the turn, whenever that would be. So like let's just say it lands neatly on the first day of the calendar month. You would go through all the steps of what you want to do, and all of that stuff would take place over that month. And then the next month, you would, on that day one, you'd go through the list again and just same thing.
So it's stuff that happens gradually over the month, but it's abstracted into mechanically kind of all happening at once.
Yes. You can, like, as a ruler or somebody of any other position, kind of leave for a little bit to go do stuff. There is kind of a window of time that you are allotted to leave, to be absent, essentially, without vacating the position. But if you're gone for too long, the position is vacated. And then the penalties of vacancy begins to kick in.
Unless you have a consort.
So the ruler, for example, let's see. So like as a ruler, if you have a consort or another ruler, as long as one of you is present for 1 week per month, you avoid the vacancy penalty.
Okay.
So like
they might actually be there more often than U.S. Congress people.
God damn.
So the vacancy penalty,
unrest increases by 4 during the kingdom's upkeep phase.
Yes. But that said, like if you have an oligarchy, that kind of gets a little bit more flexible, and then it's like kind of like a threshold is how I would rule it. They don't really discuss it too much, but I would treat it as a threshold of like how much of the how much of the Senate is missing. Oh, like 75% of the Senate isn't showing up. Okay, well we're gonna start having vacancy issues here because people aren't doing their job.
But if like we're missing 10%, then that's fine.
Yeah, it's whatever.
You can still do stuff.
Yeah. So it's like I said, RP it how you want to do what you want to. If you all want to be the people in charge, it's like doable. Just understand from the RP perspective, some people may take issue with that, or hypothetically speaking, anybody you put in charge, people are going to take issue with.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fine. I'm fine with you all wanting to institute a type of government that does not exist in the system. I'll just fucking figure it out.
Yeah, it could always mechanically work when it exists too, if one's close enough.
What if
but if you want, if you want ideas, here are what they already have in the game. Obviously, autocracy. There is also mageocracy, which is defined as an individual or group with potent magical power that leads the kingdom and promotes the spread of magical and mundane knowledge and education. Those with magical abilities often enjoy favor status in the kingdom. Obviously, this doesn't need to be exact for these descriptions, but this gives you an idea of what they mean when they talk about these forms of government. We already talked about oligarchy. The overlord. The kingdom's ruler is a single individual who either seized control or inherited command of the settlement and maintains a tight grasp of power. There is a republic. The kingdom is ruled by a parliament of elected or appointed officials who represent the various geographic areas and cultural constituents of the kingdom, making decisions for the whole through voting, bureaucratic procedures, and coalition building. There is Secret Syndicate. You're probably not going to pick this one, obviously, but an unofficial or legal group like a thieves guild rules the kingdom. The group may use a puppet leader to maintain secrecy, but the group pulls the strings. So that gives you an example of something where by name probably doesn't fit story-wise here, but the flavor of it being a puppet leader. So you guys could, if you wanted to, finagle things to put somebody in charge, but you all are really in charge, and you could go off adventuring and just leave that guy there, and he's technically there's no vacancy, but there might be unrest from time to time because he's waiting for instructions and you guys are gone for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And then the last one is theocracy. The kingdom is ruled by the leader of its most popular religion, and the ideas and members of that religion often enjoy favored status in government and the kingdom. All these different governments also have different mechanical modifiers. They're small +2, like +1, -1, or +2, -2. Overall, they're not going to be total game changers, but they do have mechanical impact. But I'm not going to get into those.
Yeah.
Those are some ideas. Obviously, if you want to say, fuck it, we're communists now, I'll fucking figure it out. But somebody has to be in charge. Because if nobody's in charge, it's just
we gotta
go sideways.
We got to decide a system of government and who's in it before we decide what our economy is, even if we wanted to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for the spread of knowledge and stuff, but I also scare people with my appearance, so I don't think that would go very well if I tried to put myself in a position of power.
Correct.
I mean, I'm also for the spreading of knowledge, and I am not scary in appearance, but also I kind of want to be able to fuck off occasionally.
Yeah, same.
I feel like if we're gonna put a PC in this, we kind of got to try to put as many of us in as possible, or none of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
otherwise
that
it
was
make it real awkward for the party dynamic.
That's what I wanted to ask on an out of character level. Like, all right, what does this imply for a PC mechanically? Because I don't want to like volunteer Tilk to be king and then be like, yeah, you don't get to play the game with the rest of us anymore. It sucks to be you.
Obviously, there would be considerations that have to be made. It's one of those things where if you really want to tie yourselves into the city, even just having only one of you being like have an actual position, it's fine. You just have to understand that you can't fuck off for 2 or 3 months at a time. You can go away for a couple weeks, but you do have to come back. And how hard or easy that is will change as time progresses, depending on what you're doing. Because the other thing is you're also going to be leveling up. So as you level up, obviously, transport is going to change, right?
Yeah.
Because, eventually, somebody amongst you is going to gain teleport. That
yeah.
makes things a lot easier.
Gonna be me.
It's not me.
But also, like, hypothetically, you might find creatures that you can use as mounts. You haven't seen horses yet, but you never know.
I'm gonna ride the thigh
Or
thing.
something similar. You know, it's just a different way of approaching the game. It's not really it's this or that. You can do both. It just changes what you have to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, I've found a mount. I don't know what the problem with all the rest of you is.
Yeah, but your mounts
You
is only
cheated.
sometimes.
That's true.
So, I feel like a lot of this is going to be like hard to talk about in character until like we figure out what we're aiming for. So I apologize to listeners that you're hearing a lot of us just metagame talk
I
at the
mean,
moment.
We do
cut
kind of
that
get to
out.
talk about. I don't know. I kind of like it being there because, like, I think if I were a listener, kind of learning about like what weird system is going on, because if you never played the kingdom building stuff,
Yeah.
like I haven't even had a chance to really read most of it, so I'm kind of learning as I go. So, like, I think it would be cool to hear how it works. Personally.
Yeah. I mean, I think so.
Didn't mean to-
Sorry.
Oh, I was literally just saying I didn't mean to talk over Damiani, and I didn't mean to talk over you in the process of that apology.
I am now forever mute. I'm taking a vow of silence.
Cool.
At last, peace.
Damn.
Now, what if we're feeling very liberty in our
Okay.
group?
So, I mean, that is a republic.
know-
We could do a democracy, but once again, we run into this issue of the thing called fucking time.
Also, you know that game is a parody of a fascist society, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just joking around.
Okay, I was gonna
Hey,
say-
you know, I'm just saying, roleplay wise, fascism makes a lot of sense in this type of situation.
Yeah,
It is true.
it makes an
This
unfortunate
is
amount
just
of
the kind of
sense.
situation fascist leaders usually like to seize power in. Look, desperation
That's
is
what I'm
perfect
saying.
for my ends.
All I'm saying is it wrong if we're putting this by means not our own?
So,
We
I
can
don't
go
want to be a
Majocracy.
fascist. I just happen to rule the fascist empire.
Go Majocracy, be fucking like Old Republic Empire.
Okay.
Like, I don't
Okay,
need to be
what?
charismatic if I'm fucking terrifying.
yeah,
Sveta would never suggest this, but as a player, I love the idea of a Majocracy.
I kind of do too. I think it's cool.
There's a
as long as it's
reason
not literally like you're a
Irisen is-
second class citizen if you don't cast magic.
Yeah, there's a reason Irisen is one of my favorite places in Galarian.
Well, and that all depends on how you approach it. Like, you don't have to treat non-magical people as second-class citizens.
That's true.
Like,
I'd just be worried about that happening
Yeah.
in the future. If it
That's
went
just-
that way.
Typically, in fantasy settings, that ends up what's happening when you have
Magic guarantees citizenship.
Jeez. Yeah, it's like in the long term, it like moves toward that. I mean, I think
That
like
said, if you establish a government built on the concepts of a magocracy and you have magic leadership and you do what the description says, encouraging the education and magical education, you hypothetically could boost the number of practicing magicians within your settlement or kingdom, whatever you want to call it. Effectively within y'all's civilization, let's be honest,
Yeah,
with
I'm
where
not
we're at
gonna
right now.
lie.
yeah, think that'd be
Majocracy
cool.
does sound cool. Like, as long as we don't go overboard with it, but then as long as we don't go overboard with anything, we should be good.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, as an encourager suggestion, I think pulling together any remnants of the collegiate as a starting point, or at least as one of many starting points, wouldn't be bad, given that those who made up the organization had a wide range of different types of education to a fairly high degree. Assuming very many are left, obviously we don't know who from where is left at all with any measure of certainty.
And that'd be the first thing we'd want to figure out before we tried to establish that, is that if we have like 2 people, I don't think that's going to fly.
Yeah.
The easy answer is High Hand. The High Hand is the easy answer. People already trust him. People already like him. He'll probably have the least backlash. The more complicated answer is forming a republic/oligarchy where we assemble representatives from each place and each path of life and go, okay, we need to run a country. Somewhere in the middle
Well, I think...
is us.
Which is us being in charge?
Yeah, in one way or another.
I mean, I think even if there is a council of specialists, I'm inclined to take the High Priestess's suggestion about said council of people not necessarily being the ones in charge of governing, but being each in charge of their respective specialty and advising the process of governing from those positions.
Yeah, which makes up the roles that are within the founding a kingdom. Like you'll have counselor, general, grand diplomat. We'll ignore consort and heir, high priest. Gee, I wonder who will occupy that position.
That one's done. We got that.
Grand wizard.
Well, magister. The magister guides the kingdom's higher learning and magic, promoting education and knowledge.
You cannot call it grand wizard if that's what you just said.
It is what he said. I rolled over it. Just move on past it.
In case this is included in the video, I do not endorse any other affiliations that use that term.
Bashies get the bashies.
Jesus.
Not to take that statement out of context and
clip it, make it a TikTok.
Yeah. Spread it around a little.
Yeah, we have Marshal Royal Enforcers, Spy Master, Treasurer, Viceroy, Warden. I believe that is what, out of pulling up from the table, that is what's being referred to. Am I correct in that?
I assume. Oh, I meant in character. I was saying the council probably wouldn't be necessarily the government themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. All those leadership positions, they're not technical leaders. They are, they're leaders of their sector. Obviously, general is the leader of the military. Yeah. And all that. How much say they have in things is dependent on the government you have. Obviously, within Aldfair, King had final say on everything. He listened to his counselors. He leaned on his counselors or these other leadership positions to help organize, report to him, execute upon his will. But for anything major, he had final say because he was the autocrat. But obviously, those positions still need to be filled. Otherwise, Aldfair or Adax as a city, let alone the kingdom of Aldfair, would not have existed.
No.
Yeah. So, I think filling those positions is relatively simple. Basically, just find whoever is going to be the best at it and put them there. But the major decision we have to make, regardless, is what kind of government we have aside from that. People are, as the priestess said, people are accustomed to a monarchy. So that would be a simple transition, relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking, yeah. Depending on who we put in place. No matter who is selected, there will be issue taken.
Yeah. Alternatively, what we start with now, it can just be a placeholder for what we do. So we can go from appointed leader, quote unquote, to oligarchy really easily, honestly.
Yeah.
Just we have one leader. Now we have two leaders. Now we have three. You see how this works, guys?
Well, you say that.
Yeah. Man, who could have foreseen the appointed king not giving up their emergency powers?
That's true.
I move to a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's ability to lead.
So
I love democracy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the question at the moment let's ask this question. Are we as a group interested in being... Is anyone in the group interested in being ruler?
No.
I am personally not. But
As a player, it might be interesting. Sveta is not going to tie herself down like that.
Liana would just be bad at it, at least like mechanically.
Like,
I would also be assassinated.
real.
So there's that.
Yeah. Be real, Tilk is probably our best bet for that, if anyone's going to.
Okay.
Yeah, as a PC, Tilk is probably the best.
And like,
unless someone has like a high charisma modifier and really likes the idea that I just don't know about.
But also, even mechanically, like, Ria's kind of introverted, it seems like.
To be fair, she's been through a lot.
Her style, yeah, she's been through a lot, but like she's still naturally that way. Her style is suspicious of everyone. Sveta is kind of loner-ish, not like super bad, but like it's not great for running a country. She's more just I want my freedom.
If her style became a ruler, I think within a month he'd be like Telltale Heart levels of paranoia.
See, my thought is he goes to the king from Game of Thrones at the beginning. Burn them all!
Oh no.
Just because he has paranoia as a trait.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's right.
And then Liana just doesn't have the persuasion in general, and then also is a tiefling, unfortunately.
Liana's a
I hate
massive
that is a
nerd.
consideration, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'd be assassinated.
So really, it's kind of Tilk or nothing. He is the nerf of our group.
Also, like, there are people within the church, at least, who know what's going on with my shadow, who would be like, oh, okay, that person's devil marked and they're at risk of being possessed.
Oh yeah, also that.
I'd be like, hey,
How about no?
how are you doing? Like, I know, at least based on what I was told, whether it was true or not, that Cassilian has no intent of possessing me. But convincing other people of that would be like impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon the player. I think it'd be fun to be ruler. I just can't wait to be king. Please see GIF in chat.
Yeah.
And Tilk is so far so far away from the politics because he left, was a tithe.
Yeah.
And like is not involved in it, but he's the way he would probably justify it. Whether or not it's an actual like hunger for power or not, who's to say? We'll figure that out in game. But the way he would justify it is that this can help people immediately, and there are multiple people here and around him that can keep him in check.
That's true.
He doesn't know anyone else. He doesn't trust anyone else.
Team up against you.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of Tilt going batshit, only Caius knows that that's a thing you do sometimes.
No, everyone knows now.
Oh, I mean, like, people outside the group don't really know about that.
Also, not everybody knows. We were in a tent at the time.
No, it's about everybody in our group is what I was referring to.
Oh yeah, yeah. I thought you meant like the whole place knows, and I was like, no, I think we're gonna want to keep a tight lid on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that'd be cool. Also, as a paladin, Tilk is still a spellcaster, so we can still be a Buearcracy.
Yeah.
So let's do this. Is anybody dramatically opposed to the idea of Tilk being ruler as a player?
I am not opposed. My only concern from before was whether Brandon would be opposed, and it sounds like he's not.
I am not.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dummy, it sounds like you're fine with it. I'm more concerned about the people who haven't been talking between Fisk and Ali. Is this sounding fine to you guys?
It's sounding fine. I haven't had much to comment on the proceedings other than some of the.
Yeah. I don't want you all to feel like you're being left out of the conversation. So I just want to make sure we're fine. Is that fine, Ollie?
Aside from a bunch of wild allegations, and some wild conjectures, I'm
fake news.
I'm just going to abstain because I have no real feel towards either direction.
Well, there might be a leadership role that actually fits your character pretty well.
Yeah,
but we'll get to that.
Spy Master.
It was Spy Master. I wasn't
going to say it, but it's Spy Master.
That'd be pretty fucking cool.
No, that's kind of like, oh great, I'm already just going to be the Spy Master with what I am already. It's fine.
So let's do this. And well, I'm sure you all would like to do it. Since we're kind of talking from an overview perspective, because it sounds like a lot of what if you're committing to this idea of propping Tilk up to be the guy in charge, it's going to be a lot of running around talking to people. And
a vote for Tilk.
Well, not so much vote for Tilk.
I mean, everybody's got to know who the new leader is.
Essentially, we're going to save the conversation of Tilk a little bit down the line. We'll say you all in character have discussed, well, it's in a discussion with the High Priestess, it sounds like there's nobody in particular who's greatly suited to it.
No.
And so having Tilk, even if it's just temporarily, to be a figurehead, to be somebody to kind of like rally behind, because at least he's been seen being involved, may work.
Yeah.
At least temporarily.
He's a good choice as far as having nobles and regular people feel like someone to feel good about, because he was a noble, kind of isn't anymore, but kind of still is, at least comes from a noble family. I think Tilk being on that line is actually positive for public opinion.
So let's do this, because you're otherwise going to be going around talking to people to try to figure out who's going to slot into these other positions. So let's kind of grand view instead of kind of getting really bogged down in a lot of the just going, hey, do you know who's the best at X, Y, and Z to a bunch of different NPCs for hours on end? We're going to kind of fast forward the VHS here a little bit. And so,
and that's why we're going to charge.
You're going to be talking to people you're going to be talking to the High Priestess in Sir High Hand pretty consistently, because she's pretty much I'm cool with you being involved and helping set this up, but on this one point, you need to listen to me. You want High Hand as a general.
Yeah.
There's no debate about it. High Hand needs to be the general.
Yeah, she has specifically said that a few times now.
Yes.
I think she had, honestly, I agree with her point about it. It sounds like he's a good choice as far as any of us know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as you all know, Caius is the next best option, and you've already discussed why that's not really feasible. So, there's pretty much a list of positions that you're aware that need to be filled. So obviously the ruler needs to be filled, but you're going to kind of tackle that last, because the big thing you need to tackle is getting the other roles filled, and then getting all of those roles to agree in having Tilk in charge. Because if you can't get those positions to agree who's in charge, and you try to force somebody in charge, there could be problems. So it's probably good to set up your foundation first, and then get them on board. So we'll RP out the Tilk getting Tilk getting the position. but
Dude, that Tokyo is done now.
Over the next couple days, we'll say, you go around, you find out these details, you start mapping these things out. There are others aside from the High Priestess and High Hand, but those are the big two that you've been talking to, since they're kind of like already in their role of a sense.
Yeah, I assume
but they have a couple of their own people who are willing to work with you.
Yeah,
just helping you just plan this stuff out. And the princess's tent has kind of been converted into like headquarters for just planning shit out for these meetings and stuff to like discuss and everything.
Has anyone been upset about like, oh, why does that group of randos get to like have a say in this, or is everyone just kind of like, well, I'm glad someone's taking initiative?
Not at the moment. This has mostly been kept under wraps. There's still a lot of trepidation about like what's next, what's going on, what are we going to do? Like there's that anxiety. But like there are some efforts in what guards there are to kind of like keep people calm and just like, we're figuring it out. There are people working on it. Some of the nobles have taken notice. Questions are being asked, but nobody is angry or aggressive. It's just there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of questions, and there are rumors that are circling around, but rumors are rumors. There's not much you can do about that.
At large know that the princess died, or is that being kept?
Yes.
Later?
That's okay. It's been impossible to hide.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That would have been a difficult secret to keep.
So. That's why there's a lot of anxiety going on, because okay, the one person who was in charge is gone now. So you've identified you need a counselor. Your counselor is generally kind of responsible for, how do I put this? They're kind of a position of just being a bit of an in-between the people and the leadership. Now, that role can be kind of fuzzy, because if ideally the counselor is literally between the people and the leadership to kind of
they're like a line of
help give the people voice. But obviously, if your government is flawed in some way, maybe the counselor or maybe the counselor themselves is flawed. Maybe they're only sharing the perspective of one group of people. Maybe they have their own agenda that they're kind of saying, oh, well, the people want this. Yes, nodders.
Like, hey, advisor, why are you wearing like a hooded cloak all the time, like standing hunched and speaking in whispers?
Yeah. So the counselor is considered necessary.
Eyes glowing?
Counselor is considered necessary. General is considered necessary. You already got your general. A grand diplomat is considered necessary. Obviously, your grand diplomat, they're in charge of foreign policy. They assist in how to interact with other kingdoms and political organizations, as well as like tribes of intelligent monsters and such. They're the head of all the kingdom's diplomats, envoys, and ambassadors. They represent and protect the interests of the kingdom in regards to foreign powers. With a vacancy, stability is decreased. And you cannot issue diplomatic or exploration edicts. Obviously, like, I am still allowing like hex exploration and all of that.
You can't send proxies.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to like, because like RP wise, obviously, even without a grand diplomat, you can send somebody on behalf of the kingdom. I'm not going to say you can't do that just because you have a grand diplomat. It's just you're not going to have somebody specialized in that. It's going to show like they're not going to have the skill ranks in being a diplomat effectively. But some of the edicts may be off the table depending on what the edicts are. Because some of the edicts, I might just be like, yeah, you need somebody who actually knows what they're doing to pull that off. You also require a high priest, which you have the high priestess. So that's covered. You also require a marshal. A marshal is somebody who ensures that the kingdom's laws are being enforced in the remote parts of the kingdom as well as within the capital. They're also responsible for the borders. They organize patrols and work with the general to respond to threats. If you don't have a marshal, your economy is going to take a hit.
Yeah.
I have an idea of someone who could fit that role, but I don't think they'd like it.
You also require a spy master. They observe the kingdom's criminal elements and underworld and spies on other kingdoms. They always have a finger on the pulse of the kingdom's underbelly and uses acquired information to protect the interests of the kingdom at home and elsewhere through a network of spies and informants. Not having one of these reduces the economy and increases unrest. You also require a treasurer. You need somebody to handle the money. Then you need a dedicated person to handle the bookkeeping.
That makes sense.
And what do you need for those?
So, mechanically, there are not requirements to fill these positions. You can put literally anybody in these positions. You could literally, each one of you could just take one of these positions for yourself. That doesn't mean you're going to be good at it. Your stats may not support it. But technically speaking, you can just shove somebody in the position to make sure it's filled to avoid the vacancy penalty.
For example, what is required for the marshal, and or what is stats do you require for the marshal, and what stats do you require for the treasurer?
So for the marshal, marshal uses either dexterity or wisdom to improve the economy, and they want survival as a skill.
Interesting.
What was the other one you were asking about?
Treasurer.
A treasurer, you want somebody with a good intelligence or wisdom. And you want them to have profession merchant. Now, amongst the people you're working with, various names come up in suggestions of people that at least are vaguely known about that could work. So essentially, there is, for every position except for Grand Diplomat and Spy Master, there is there's one recommendation made between the High Priestess and High Hand, and some of High Hand's, spare hands.
I get it.
I just keep these hands around. I don't know why I keep. It's kind of gross.
There's a recommendation for counselor. There is Lady Alara Silvermoon. She has sat in on various royal meetings previously. She is not a regular I've sat in on king councils all the time. But she was notably in the political game, so to speak. She is savvy in dealing with nobility. As she is a noble herself. The Silvermoon House is a long-standing house. Tilk, you would recognize the name. You may not know them personally, but you do recognize the house name. High Hand recommends her just because she is experienced. She might bring noble drama into the grand scheme of things, potentially, but she at least understands the inner workings of these things to some degree.
Honestly, I think drama is going to be the price to pay for noble experience.
I'm going to go through the list of what they recommend to you. You're free to take these or reject them. This is not me telling you this is who you're picking. These are the suggestions that are being made. You're free to deny them.
I want Mickey
and do some additional research. Like I said, Grand Diplomat, there was no recommendations made. For the marshal, High Hand strongly recommends Garrick of Oben's Watch. He claims he's pretty capable, and that Garrick should be the marshal. He still has some stuff to learn, but he could shape up with some experience to be the man for the job.
What was the name of the counselor recommendation again?
Alara Silvermoon.
Lady Alara Silvermoon.
Lady Alara. She's a noble. She'll want to make sure that lady is used.
Yes, very much. Garrick of Oben's Watch. The very basic details they give you. He's effectively a ranger, obviously from the settlement of Oben's Watch, from the southern reaches of the kingdom. He has combat experience. He also has experience dealing with seedy underbelly a bit. He essentially has some experience that can be applied to being a marshal. It's just he has no office experience. Essentially, he's never been somebody to hold an actual office or station or anything. He's a guy with skills.
And those skills pay bills, you could say.
Yeah. And then there is a recommendation from the High Priestess. There is a treasurer by the name of Thalwyn Goldleaf. She comes from she's an elven woman from a line that allegedly had a hand in the first minting of gold coins, but who knows? But she apparently, before fleeing Adax, was actually a clerk responsible for 5 districts of the lower levels of the city. To say the ground level. According to the High Priestess, she's a member of the faith, and she has, as the High Priestess puts it, has been in the trenches in regards to accounting. She may not have experience of managing an entire kingdom, but she's an accountant.
But she at least knows
population. By population, our civilization is much smaller than even just the ground level of Adax. So
that is true.
Oh yeah, no. When it came, like, the number of people she was responsible for in her 5 districts dwarfs what she would be responsible for right now.
So even anyone who
people weren't paying taxes, but it's neither here nor there.
That's fair.
But those are their recommendations. Like I said, you're free to take them, you're free to leave them. But those are their suggestions.
And Spymaster had a vacancy.
Yeah, Spymaster and Grand Diplomat, no recommendations. Additionally, no recommendations on Ruler.
So I'm fine with the suggestions. Just things to point out. Lady Alara comes with noble baggage. Noble baggage means drama. Drama means fucking infighting between nobles, which we really don't need right now, but I'm...
you might have to bite that.
We have to bite that bullet. Marshal Garrick of Oben's Watch probably fit this position fine, will do fine. Issue is probably easily influenced by outside parties. That's the hang-up I foresee with them. As for treasurer, Thalwyn Goldleaf worked in the seedy underbelly. The seedy underbelly probably didn't always do things above board.
That's true.
Fair.
But we might need that cunning as well, so.
True.
Corruption is a risk, but it comes with experience, and
completely
I think any
fucked
system
up
is
Garrick's
vulnerable to
name.
corruption, really.
Yeah, but like someone who's notably worked for the part of the city that is seedy is a little bit more visibly at risk, at least.
If she doesn't already like owe someone debt or has ties to the mafia.
I
Yeah.
mean, not everyone's untrustworthy just because they're poor.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm not saying that they're untrustworthy because they're poor.
I know.
You all, since you are working with the High Priestess and High Hand to figure this stuff out, you also all would be aware. You effectively have 111 build points.
Okay.
Eesh.
The majority of these build points represent the population. The majority of these build points is raw manpower to make things happen. Some of these build points do represent materials you already have available that were brought with you. I am flat out saying without additional food, because normally it costs build points to feed your people. I'm saying right now, like, you can only afford to feed people for 2 months, regardless of your build points, because your build points are represented in materials and manpower.
Yeah, and we like narratively have that much food anyway.
Yes.
So like,
but that said, going into the future, like, you will be consuming 2 build points every month as it stands right now. That said, you are also aware that there is a quote-unquote bank that came with on the princess's ship, in the hopes that when you arrived to establish, because you find out, unfortunately, after she's died, she was very economically minded, surprisingly. She was not focused on dealing with the politics and stuff. She had a mind for economy. And so she was coming in with the intention that as part of getting things built, of like flat out saying, oh, build stuff because we need stuff built, but also I will pay you to build stuff to essentially kickstart an economy. So there is a treasury on hand for that specifically. So once businesses are established, economy can truly begin to move, if you wish to make use of it. That said, High Hand is not willing to dispense the gold to just you guys for your personal use.
Fair.
Oh, that's fine. I think that idea is sound, though. So
let me look at, because I have a recommendation for Grand Diplomat for our individual that has a sense of wanderlust, and a decent charisma score.
Oh.
And you could occupy the Sveta could occupy the position.
I mean, I suppose it is a consideration.
And I think Erstyle would make a decent spy master.
Erstyle does have the investigative mind and the cunning that it would require.
Yeah, I think it's fine for Sveta to take Grand Diplomat, if at least for now, if not like permanently. She's not gonna be like greedy for the power, and we can always change that later if need be.
Because unfortunately, we haven't been able to find out if, based on these couple days traveling around, none of us really found our mentors, with the exception of me, because Caius.
I'm certain mine's alive. He's just fucked off to literally anywhere else.
Yeah. So
it's not impossible that mine survived, but it's one of those things, like, I wouldn't put past him, but I also feel like he would have showed up by now if he did survive.
I think these suggestions that we have are what we have to go off of. The only thing I would change potentially is Marshall to get that over to Caius, but I also don't know if we want Caius operating in a position of power, not out of distrust, but out of his just disdain for being given a position of power.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
I
it'd
mean,
be the warden.
I think
What do they do?
he might enjoy that job too much.
yeah, there's the whole thing about like how like yeah, the people who want power are the best ones to put in it, but then if they don't want it too much, then could be a problem. Also,
Yeah,
you don't
that's
want to
it.
just like give someone depression because they hate their life.
That said, there
You've
are
given me
other
stage
positions to fill. The only ones we've discussed are the ones that are mandatory. Like, you can run without them, but there are vacancy penalties. But there are other positions aside from those. Which those positions, there's another ruler slot. There's consort. There's heir. Obviously, that's a very specific thing.
I want to be the heir.
We do need to.
There's magister,
good.
royal enforcer, viceroy,
Wait,
and
can I have
warden.
called Toke Daddy?
Viceroy's a little odd.
Yeah, viceroy, you definitely do not need to worry about anytime soon.
Yeah, the viceroy is more for like if we have our own sub kingdoms in our grand kingdom.
Yeah, like if you decide to be like, we need to establish a settlement way the fuck over there, that's what the viceroy is for.
Yeah.
You're a long ways off before you need to worry about that.
So let me ask.
But a warden is for enforcing laws in larger settlements, as well as ensuring leadership safety. The royal enforcer deals with punishing criminals. They work with the counselor to make sure citizens feel government is adequately dealing with wrongdoers. All that fun stuff. They work with the marshal. They're kind of an extra component to justice, essentially. But they're like the big face of justice, really. If you want to have that, they're not necessary. Obviously, the magister is like head wizard person, big magic person.
All right, Leon. We could Rochambeau for it.
Consort.
I oppose. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yeah, like I said, these aren't necessary to fill. You can if you want. There are benefits if you do, but there's no pressure, especially if you as a player do not want to be responsible for a position.
I mean, if we're going to go into a Buearcracy, we definitely want Magister filled.
That's true.
Yeah. That said, there are a couple survivors of the collegiate with you. I don't have a ton of details on them, but essentially, they're none of them are going to be higher than a 9th level wizard, effectively. But there's going to be 3 candidates. I just ask, like, give me some time to flesh out who those people are.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It would be a position I wouldn't dislike having, but I'm not like super married to trying to get, and I am far from the most experienced spellcaster in the settlement.
That becomes a. So, is there anyone here that's opposed to having a position? Let's ask that question first.
I'm not entirely opposed to it now.
I'm not opposed.
Ollie?
I don't think anyone is opposed.
Did you want to be Spy Master early, or were you like not wanting to do that?
It's honestly the easiest thing to default to, unless of course you're
Yeah,
okay
but
with me being the enforcer with some shady stuff going on.
The question is,
Like,
do you
would you
want
enjoy
to
that?
do it?
Would you, the
Yeah.
player, enjoy that?
You've been a little quiet, so I want to make sure you're on board with it at least.
I have no direction either way. It is acceptable.
It's a new experience.
Okay. Classic
Okay.
fence sitting. All right. Volunteer him as you will.
Hey.
Spy Master.
Hey, I think it'll be a fun experience for you. Have you done Kingmaker? Because I know that you have a decent experience with Pathfinder.
There was attempts in some of my play groups, but we never got past the past probably session 4, where we never even got to the kingdom part.
All right. In that case, let's go ahead. I'm going to put other style.
I mean, this from what I understand, based on the talks and everything that's kind of going on, this is, I'm going to copy this into, hopefully I can put this into the Discord and it'll fit. This is what I'm understanding of what's going on with what we have.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I'm thinking on, is what, in terms of an abstract, what we could look at in terms of a structure. Granted,
Effectively.
that, it's just kind of like my quick idea of like, we need a structure, we're looking for something to work with. We have a group of nobles with us, and then based on only 12,000 people, effectively an assembly of 48 per 250 people. Found plausible to have a congress of sorts between the nobles and the general populace. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Okay.
Real quick, Ali, which attribute do you wish to use? Dexterity or intelligence?
Since it's my highest, I would rather use that.
Dex, and what's your dex bonus?
I said int. Int is my highest.
Oh, int. Okay.
Yeah, you
What's
cut
your
out a
bonus?
bit there.
Okay. +3.
All right. So you have a 3, and then for your skill as a spy master, what's your sense motive skill rank?
Skill rank? Oh.
Yeah, your rank for sense motive.
It's currently only a 1.
Okay. And then I need to ask you, where is it? So during the edict phase, you choose one kingdom attribute. You choose either economy, loyalty, or stability. This is essentially like what you want to focus on. Essentially, every time a edict phase happens, you can change it. But for now, which one do you want to apply your bonuses to? You're essentially adding a +4 to one of these 3 stats: economy, loyalty, or stability. Obviously, economy is the wealth. Loyalty is, are the people going to rebel? Are the people turning on each other? Are they committing crimes? Are they trying to commit acts of treason? Blah, blah, blah. And then stability, kind of in that same vein, is like how smooth running are things.
I believe for now, loyalty would be better, primarily because I'm trying to, or at least the idea I'm having is, the less division or discord we have, the easier it will probably for us to get the populace moving in one direction.
Sure.
Okay.
So let me jump up. So Damiana, you're fine with Sveta taking the role of Grand Diplomat.
What are the stats for that? Just so we know that she's not fucked up for it.
Either or. Charisma, intelligence. One of those.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I can do intelligence.
Oh, you can use intelligence for it? Oh, even better.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's
what's your intelligence modifier?
4 currently.
Okay. And then I need your, what is your diplomacy rank?
1.
Okay.
May have to start changing that.
Yep. No, I feel you there.
Yep. I put 1 in it, and I'll get a bonus. Most of my 6 comes from a lot of other places.
Do bonuses that someone has to skills from like sources other than their rank apply to kingdom stuff? Like if you have like a trait that gives you a bonus or something?
It's entirely possible depending on what you take it.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, if you have a bonus to a skill, even if it's not the exact same role, like if you're using a different ability score like this, if you have like a trait or some other source of a bonus to a skill, does that apply to kingdom roles?
No, it's just your skill rank. It's your skill rank, and then whatever your attribute bonus.
Yeah,
based off of the role.
Funny enough, I have a trait that does improve my diplomacy. It's extremely fashionable.
Yeah,
fancy.
they don't. they don't add a ton of numbers to it because you're kind of creating. Well, you're creating modifiers to these three main stats, being economy, loyalty, stability.
Mm-hmm.
These stats kind of inform other things, but the total bonuses, minuses to those stats impact your control DC. So pretty much anytime you have to roll something in regards to the kingdom, as part of like the kingdom turn and stuff, you're rolling against that control DC. So like if you have to make an economy roll or whatever, right now the economy bonus is a +4. So you'd roll a D20 +4, and your DC right now is a 21. So
makes sense.
Yeah, so there's not like a ton of numbers that get added in, because you only have 3 stats, and there are a bunch of different things that factor into those stats. So they don't need a ton of numbers to come from the characters in those roles, because multiple roles can feed into one stat, and then there's also shit you can build in your kingdom that can add to those stats and all this other stuff. And yeah, there's tons of ways already to pad your stats. So
I assume the
you don't
intent
have
was
tons coming from the characters.
the kingdom sheet adds to the bonuses rather than just the characters.
Yeah, there's other stuff on the sheet. Granted, having those roles are obviously still very important, because like with Spymaster, the economy was had a -4 penalty for being empty.
Yeah.
Having a Spymaster, now that vacancy penalty goes away, and then he's now adding +4 to loyalty. So loyalty has jumped up significantly, and economy has also gone up, because the economy was not doing good with that spot empty. It was at a 0.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I assume the treasure factors into the economy stat as well.
Yes, very much so. Mechanically speaking, I'll tell you this: Lady Alara is a level 8 aristocrat. Roderick is a level 12 fighter. The High Priestess is a level 12 oracle. Garrick is a level 8 ranger. And Thowin. Roderick Highhand, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Garrick is level 8 ranger, and Thowin Goldleaf is a level 6 expert.
Okay.
So essentially, like, in regards to their skills that apply, their skills are at their level max for the thing that they're doing. And then they also have a good bonus for whatever they're doing. That's why they came recommended, because they have the skills and the abilities. So all of the mandatory shit is filled. Did you want to put anybody in any of the optional positions before we move on? Or do you just want to be like, you got what's necessary? The Magister is like your head wizard person.
Yeah, but like, what's the stats for it? Because I feel like that might be relevant for our party filling that.
Magister.
If I'm going to be diplomat, Liana can absolutely be Magister.
Magister is. Oh wow, Magister actually has a vacancy penalty.
Oh, see.
Oh, rough.
Shit.
So we do need that.
Apparently, I must have missed that when I was setting up the sheet. I'm sorry.
What's the High Priestess's name, by the way?
High Priestess. By taking the role, she gives up her name.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that.
Yeah, she's no longer an individual. She is a voice of the faith.
Okay.
Yeah. A Magister uses either charisma or intelligence, and they modify the economy. And the vacancy penalty is a -4 to economy.
Jesus.
So basically, my economy bonus is making it still -4. It doesn't do anything.
Oh no, it would have been worse
if
Spymaster wasn't filled. It would have been at a -12 if Spymaster wasn't filled. Now it's -8.
Oh, fuck.
So it actually would have been at a -4 to the roll if you weren't Spymaster.
Jesus Christ.
So let's get someone in that role. I vote Liana.
I will fill that role if there is not a better choice.
I mean, like
It
I said,
is.
there are other surviving members of the collegiate if you'd really prefer.
Yeah, I mean that's how Liana
I
feels.
just
As a
say,
player, I'm cool with it.
I just say, like, give me a minute to generate somebody because I didn't think we would be filling the Magister role in session. To be honest, so I didn't
Well,
really
as it
prepare
turns
that.
out, it's pretty fucking important.
Yeah, here's
That's my bad.
for the economy
Is
is
this
the
session
part that's
going
weird.
to? I assume it's like magic is used for economical things, and projects and such. Like
So, like, rationally, it impacts a lot of different things. Like, for one, education. The more educated your people are, ideally, the more your job economy will thrive, and the more job market thrives, hypothetically speaking, the more the economy thrives because more people are working, more people are making money, more money is being exchanged for goods and services. Hypothetically, that's how that works. Additionally,
ideally, people being better educated.
Additionally, with magic and stuff, and having magisters and such means magic item trade and magic goods and services are more likely to be a thing. So that also boosts the economy because magic goods are expensive. And that shit gets taxed.
Yeah.
Technically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
It is a spot I'd be willing to fill. I would worry about, well, people's worries about me. Being a tiefling, I'd be like, whatever, they can get over it. It's going to be more difficult to convince people about my shadow.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about being Magister is that's not as much of a facey job, so you don't have to care as much.
That's true.
Also, all of those people in the collegiate that are out there that are survivors, none of them were a student of Tremach. You were.
That's also true.
If someone wants to argue, it's just like, oh, you're inexperienced. Like, I'm sorry.
Did you learn from the old man?
Did you learn from
The education I did have was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suppose that's true.
And Tremach also was involved, at least a little bit, in politics.
I mean, very much was. He filled the magister.
It was the magister position, I assume, mechanically. And I did sit in on him doing that a bit as well. I suppose actually having the magister position would probably give me the influence needed to actually talk to members of the collegiate and try to get them organized and together and such, which I suppose is just what the position does.
Yes.
Something else I wanted to bring up is that theoretically, a more educated society is less vulnerable to corruption, like destroying the government.
In theory,
yeah, theoretically. Obviously, like, not 100% success rate, but like, you know, most. I'm in real life. I'm obviously not an expert in like sociology or human geography or anything like that, but generally, when things go badly, the groups that are trying to seize power in a way that's negative to everyone else kind of rely on people not being educated.
Real quick.
Cough, Dark Ages.
Real quick. Warden also has a vacancy penalty.
Oh shit! Really?
Loyalty and stability.
Again?
You are the law enforcing body of the larger settlement.
Yeah, we need a sheriff.
Yep.
Is Warden the one that protects leadership, or is that the one that enforces?
Enforces.
Yeah, Warden enforces. Loyalty and stability decreased by 2.
Yeah,
right,
Warden is your sheriff.
I'm going to save this. The vacancy penalty is not necessarily the end of the world.
Okay.
In regards to just like some minuses here and there, I'll tell you this: your stability is a plus 13 right now, based off of your current configuration.
Because a lot of stuff.
Loyalty is a plus 6, and your economy is plus 0, which, in the grand scheme of things, kind of makes sense.
I mean, narratively, that actually adds.
Really set up.
Yeah. So, like, technically speaking, having a warden would be great to get rid of those penalties. It's not going to super break your back to have it empty for the time being, if you don't want to worry about finding somebody. I'm not telling you don't look for somebody. I'm just saying some vacancy penalties, you can afford to take the L, but obviously in the long run, ideally, somebody fills it.
Yeah.
Didn't we have that, like a ranger guy who was...
Eric of Oben's Watch right now is currently assigned as the marshal.
Right, warden.
Yeah. Yeah, warden is a separate. Wardens specifically are responsible for enforcing laws in larger settlements as well as ensuring the safety of kingdom leaders. So really right now, he would be in charge of making sure your leadership doesn't get assassinated.
Boy, that would
be his
useful.
main focus. Yeah.
He's the marshal right now, isn't he?
Garrick is currently listed as your marshal. I am going to let you all continue to discuss amongst yourselves. I have to step away for a moment to use the bathroom. But
okay.
By all means, discuss.
More of an outer character thing. I kind of fixed up my little thing of Aldfair the Second founding and its general leader structure.
Oh, the text in the
part
Discord.
is the text in Discord. The Congress part is kind of just like an idealistic, like going by numbers, what we can probably work with. But yeah.
Do you want to do me a favor real quick? Could you post that in Aldfair, not general? That way we can pin it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I didn't even realize that's where that was.
Okay. Let me do this. Let me.
Well, the non-PC with the highest amount of experience fighting would-be assassins so far on screen would be Caius.
Yep, it's just become a question of
honestly, Caius being a warden would be funny.
Yeah. Unless Rhea, do you want to be the warden?
I mean, you did have a vigilante mentor, didn't you?
She did. Kinda.
Oh man, speaking of, did anyone know what happened to the shroud?
Go
get the shroud.
She left before everything happened.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is. For the people who left before everything went down, where the fuck did they even go?
Somewhere the fuck else.
Other directions.
Oh, for their sake, I hope they went other directions.
Yeah.
They sailed off to the Great Havens or whatever.
Yeah. And Warden, its benefit is add your con modifier or strength modifier to loyalty. That's what it does.
Warden is con modifier?
Con or strength.
Not too bad.
Okay, well, neither of those is particularly good for me.
But once again, it giving you a position if you want one. And
she would do better in some position that uses intelligence, probably.
Take a look.
Give me a second, I'm almost done. Oh, I fucked that up. I fucked that up real well. There we go. So I have one thing that's listed as the general idea of the kingdom structure of Aldfair the Second founding. That is all the current things we have, and a general idea for our Congress, for the general people and nobility. And then I have a second post in the Aldfair channel, which is current key positions and listed persons.
Shame we don't have enough land to make you a viceroy. add half your intelligence or wisdom to the economy.
What does the warden need? Like strength or constitution?
Yeah, warden,
Strength or
strength, and
con,
con.
Goddamn.
But also, even if you're not great for the position, you prevent a lot of penalties by being in there.
I mean, we could try to sit there and find a better position that fits as well. I don't want people to feel left out of being part of the hierarchy.
We could also just. What are the stats necessary for a royal enforcer?
Dex or strength.
So, yeah.
Wait, what's the difference between Royal Enforcer and
Marshall.
Warden?
Oh,
Warden is more
so-
of I was gonna say think more kind of like the police, and the Royal Enforcer is literally just that's the strong arm of the leader.
one's their
Royal
personal protection, one's
Enforcer-
general.
Royal Enforcer generally deals with punishing criminals and working with the counselor to make sure the citizens feel the government is adequately dealing with the wrongdoers. They're very much they can be executioner, but they're kind of judge and jury predominantly, at least from like an office sort of role. They're making sure like the actual, they have a significant voice in like, is the death penalty allowable, or are we not going to do that? Is it acceptable to cut off a thief's hand type stuff? And they may take an active role in performing the punishments themselves, but they at least have a significant say in all of that stuff.
Kind of like an arbitrator.
Kind of. A warden is more about just making sure the laws are actually enforced. So, like, the warden is kind of, if you want to put it in very, very simple terms, the warden is like the police chief, and the royal enforcer is more like the executioner. But like,
They're like the judicial.
actually, yeah, it's like if the judge could also be an executioner. That would be the royal enforcer.
So kind of like an arbitrator in a different sense.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of overlap. There's a lot of room for them to work together, but they technically have separate things that they deal with.
How's that position sound to you?
Oh,
And remember, this doesn't have to be permanent.
yeah.
Also, not everyone in
So-
the group has to be has to hold an official position.
Indeed.
Correct. It's
I'll
if you want
probably
one,
fit-
that is the one that stats wise that hasn't been filled that fits.
She could probably take that one. We already had one for treasurer, so that it works out pretty well.
All right, so I'll put down red for royal enforcer. What's your dex mod?
Not very high right now, but let's see. It's +2.
Respectable.
That's actually
I'm
still
assuming that's higher than your strength.
It is.
And then your, why is this listed like so separately? I don't know. What's your intimidate?
What?
Her intimidate is +6.
Yeah.
What?
No, what's your skill rank in intimidate?
3.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
So it actually makes you
Rhea
pretty
can be
well
scary.
suited,
Noted.
for level enemies.
Don't piss off Rhea.
As
Fuck with
a
Arthur.
effect, During the upkeep, you may decrease unrest by 1. That's actually pretty helpful. If you do so, you must succeed a loyalty check, where loyalty decreases by 1. Interesting.
Government
And that is a mag. That is a mag.
So I guess I do have a separate list inside the Aldfair channel now that I've actually taken them out of general. Of the general idea of who is where. None of the actual bonuses, but
Did you all decide if you were going to fill Magister?
Yes, I accepted that position.
All right. So then,
I think
Magister.
Tiana?
Okay. Having been Tremock's apprentice definitely is a good thing to say. And then also, like, none of the others took any kind of initiative with this, so
Yeah.
even if someone's like a stronger wizard than me, like, they didn't come forward to actually try to help.
Yeah. What's your intelligence mod?
It is currently +4.
And then your knowledge arcana ranks, I'm assuming it's 3.
Yeah.
And then the penalty to economy goes away for that vacancy penalty. So now you have a +8 economy.
Nice.
Damn. We're starting to stack it.
Yep. Yeah, it's really strong when the penalty goes away and then you add shit on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. My bonuses are pretty solid for that, and then penalty's big. So.
Man, this session really turned from like role playing to all right, everyone, whip out your Excel spreadsheets.
Hey now. This kingdom needs an Excel spreadsheet right now.
Hey, like the option was given. Y'all could.
No. I just find it funny. I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think even like taking a session to just figure out how all this stuff works on a mechanical level still.
Yeah.
Good.
It won't be like this every session. Because this is like it'll also hopefully be smoother once the ball gets rolling. Assuming nothing terrible happens.
Well, we're doing the big legwork of filling all of the positions that we need to, and after that, it's just check.
So you're leaving Warden open.
Rhea was going to take Warden, right?
No,
you're taking Warden Enforcer.
Right.
Warden
is
penalizing us.
Warden is like your police chief. Yes, there's a penalty from Warden.
Do we have a suggestion?
Caius.
No.
At the moment, fuck Caius is the suggestion.
Actually,
I don't know if that'd be good or bad.
Mixed bag, probably.
Caius,
well, here's the thing: Warden does require strength or con, so he may actually have some bonus on that.
And if it's intimidate, then
Warden is not intimidate. It's something else. Warden is knowledge engineering. I don't know why it is.
Okay, bro. To make the torture devices.
This may be a shock to you, but Caius does not have knowledge engineering. Tell you that straight.
God damn it!
I think we just take it on the chin and leave that open for a bit.
That's fair.
It's
right.
2 to 2 different stats that we're already okay in.
So
well,
it's like
just look at the count.
Just to cross the T's and dots the I's.
Yeah.
We don't have a like real suggestion for it that's an NPC, do we?
No.
There's no real suggestion for Warden right now. Essentially, anybody they think would be good for the role is already in a role. There are people where they're like, oh, we could put this guy in charge, but honestly, I think it might create more problems because they're just nowhere near enough experience.
Yeah. Also, like,
so they're not really making suggestions.
Cop is like a difficult question.
Not just a cop, but police chief.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say, between running around, talking to people, working things out, and discussing, I'm going to say that happened over the course of 2 days. So I'm going to say it's day 27 of Hirdao. It's going to be in the morning. We'll say it's like 7, so it's in the middle of dawn. And you all have agreed to meet in what was the princess's tent, but is now de facto meeting tent, or headquarters, or whatever you want to call it. Everybody you have discussed has been called in to this meeting. The various NPCs who have filled these roles have kind of been made aware that the intent is to give them that role. For the most part, there's agreement from those individuals. But obviously, like, this final conversation needs to happen to fully cement things. So you all gather in this tent. You all are kind of the first to arrive, along with the High Priestess. Sir Highhand is present shortly after. Like, he's like maybe 30 seconds behind the rest of you all entering the tent. The next to join you is Lady Alara Silvermoon. She is, all things considered, a somewhat elegant dress, although it is a bit shorter than a standard dress. It looks like it's been modified recently to be shorter, and you can tell that she is kind of wearing not quite like proper boots, but slender boots that are kind of easy to like pass over. They don't stick out. Clearly, she would normally be wearing something else, and she tried to do her best to like match the outfit without, wearing an expensive shoe that would be ruined by the dirt.
Are we on mostly sand where our tent city is set up, or are we like a little?
No, you're on solid ground. However, the beach is not terribly far away. Like, it's easily a 3-minute walk to the actual beach. She is about 5'5", slender build, overall fairly petite, long blonde hair that has been pulled back into a ponytail, and like even from the ponytail it's like going like halfway down her back. And she has some earrings that are with gems set in them. Kind of these soft hazel eyes, but very defined features. There is a very subtle point to her ears. It's safe to assume she's probably a half-elf. And she curtsies as she enters, all proper-like, good morning, how did you all sleep? Bunch of small talk. And as you're waiting for the others, you can hear like the patter of rain begin on the surface of on the roof of the tent. Next to join you would be Garrick of Oben's Watch. He's a kind of rough-looking fellow. Looks like he might be in his early 30s. He's seen some shit. He's got very rough-looking hands. A thick beard at this point. His hair is long. It looks like he probably generally doesn't do well to keep it, but an effort was made as it is tied back into a very rough ponytail where it just kind of like flares out into a mess. It's obviously like greasy and stuff. He probably hasn't bathed recently, but he's wearing leather armor. He has a pair of short swords and a bow. Pretty rough looking fellow with dark eyes and hand skin. You're not sure if it's naturally that way or if it's just from being out in the sun so much. He just kind of gives you all a nod and then goes and stands next to High Hand. He seems like he's not really sure what to do.
Yep.
He's very much suffering from I don't know what to do with my hands syndrome as he kind of fidgets. Next to join you, and last but not least, is Thalwyn Goldleaf, a elven woman of very, very thin, rail thin woman. However, carrying a very large tome in her hand, like she's got her arms wrapped around this tome as she carries it in. And takes a spot at the table. She pushes up a pair of reading glasses up to her light green eyes. She has medium length brown hair that has similarly been tied up to be out of the way. It is not as immaculately cared for as Lady Silvermoon's, but it is not as greasy as Garrick's. But she is moderately dressed, very basic tunic, pants, boots, that whole deal.
Yeah.
They all kind of gather around, and there's kind of just a silence that lingers for a moment. And then Roderick kind of slaps a hand on the table. Let's be about it then. And he will look to you all. You've been organizing this. Let's discuss the mountain of the question.
Of course.
With recent events, we need a stable form of government and leadership established. All of you have been chosen as representatives to help get this nation back on its feet, get these people safe, fed, and protected. That is the purpose of why we've reached out to you. We find each of you to be, because we've already discussed with them what their potential position is going to be.
Actual question back.
Yep.
Okay.
I assume so. Essentially, hey, come to this tent. There's
Yeah,
a
come
surprise.
to this tent. Totally.
No. Yeah. They've been like that's what's happened over these 2 days is getting that information of like who's recommended and then going talking to those individuals. This meeting is to kind of cement those decisions and establish who is going to be in charge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You're all here because we want you to be a part of moving everyone in this country back into a form of stability. The only matter at hand is the figurehead that everyone will turn to, the figurehead that everyone will place blame on once something goes wrong, and the individual that will be seen as the ultimate one in charge.
Lady Silvermoon raises a dainty hand. Yes, naturally in the past when a monarchy's line ended, it was in one of the other nobler lines that stepped up to fill the role, to do what needed to be done. I see no reason why we should abandon tradition now.
And we won't.
Oh?
I am Tilk Sloven of House Sloven.
Oh. Oh, yes. I've heard of you.
I hope good things.
I take it to mean you have intentions, then.
I do.
Oh, juicy. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the others aren't necessarily going to be thrilled by such an implication.
Are any of them going to be thrilled by anyone being put in that position?
Oh, no, but if we're all being honest here, House Sloven is not held in high regard these days. Your cousins have certainly, not without the help of their uncle, mind you, just terrible, terrible investment decisions.
Just a way of
one
fortune.
After another. Oh, yes. And then to suggest a Sloven is going to be in charge of this whole thing? Ooh.
A Sloven
quite scandalous.
I imagine, but also a Sloven that is from the countryside, that from which they had high standing and decent investments.
Trust me, that is not lost on me. If anything, the main family is held in higher regard, certainly, but they also have been separate from things. They're not the ones making impressions. The nobles that are here are familiar with your cousins and their family.
It is our belief that the position Tilk occupies as both someone coming from a noble line and having not held a noble position since being tied to the church could be positive for opinions from both the common people and the nobility.
Oh, I'm sure the common folk will just eat that up. They do love an underdog story, especially one where, yes, they were noble. A story like your own, I'm sure they would eat it up. However, the common people are not the ones with the deep coffers, so to speak. You're going to need people to invest, especially if the ball gets rolling here and we actually get businesses opening again and coin exchanging hands. The nobles are the ones that you're going to want to make happy. Because without them, where are your big spenders? There's no trade. We're out here alone.
Where are the nobles going to go if they don't like whoever ends up being the king?
I imagine wherever they damn well please. They have coin. People will do things for coin. Especially if they can convince some of the commoners to also not be happy. And rest assured, the nobles that did come here did bring, not massive numbers, but notable numbers of their staff and sworn servants. Well, sworn families, as they like to call them.
Of course.
I understand that my family currently, due to the actions of my extended family, have muddied the name. I understand that. I expected it to a degree when bringing this up in conversation. Again, that is why I phrased it as things go wrong, I can act as a scapegoat.
Let me make my stance clear. I have no intention of standing in your way, and I do not envy the position you're in, or are attempting to be in. I understand you've not been a participant of the game, as they like to call it. I know if I were in the position, they would do everything in their power to eat me alive. So I am happy to fulfill this role as counselor. So consider my opening statements here as an introduction of me doing my job. The nobles will kick and scream. Some of them will do nothing about it as much as they kick and scream. But should you say the wrong thing or make the wrong move, some of them might get wily enough to actually do something about it. Some might make token efforts to resist, but at the end of the day, they'll begrudgingly do as they're told. But I might be able to smooth over certain ruffles, she says as she kind of like straightens part of her dress a little bit. But as you can imagine, with the current circumstances, they might be a little touchy, and some of them might just be high enough up on their horse to think that they can do better and might run away with some people too while they're at it. So I would advise you be aware of that.
Your counsel is greatly appreciated. Sincerely.
She does a little curtsy.
This is interesting.
I don't know if that's Ali talking or Urstal.
Urstal just kind of making commentary as he's writing notes in his notepad.
I wanted to make sure, like, something of yours didn't fucking break.
It's just like, intriguing, right?
Well, we are probably going to face the nobles being grumbling and throwing a fit, and generally trying to make use of this situation to gain power status or whatever, because this is an opportunity.
Oh, of course, darling. The nobles above everybody else hate change up until it's in their benefit. Change for anything else is quite distasteful, and they will buck at every chance they can. Especially if they feel that, to put it politely, if they feel they are being slighted.
And what slights them is probably everything.
Well,
oh, certainly. But if you're going to make a point of ignoring them or silencing them or kind of brushing them under the rug, well, there's going to be problems. They were quite comfy in Adax, and, well, 8 months at sea, several days at whatever the hell this is. I mean, even myself, my patience with the squalor grows thin. If you want to keep them happy, I would suggest remedying the living conditions as soon as possible. Provide them to means to be comfortable again. Their attitudes will greatly improve. Even more so if you actively listen to their complaints or suggestions. Not saying you even necessarily have to follow through on all of them or whatever, but make them think they're being listened to. Make them think they're important. As long as their ego is stroked, they will behave, generally.
That makes sense.
Understood. Wise counsel indeed.
High Hand grumbles, but doesn't say anything.
I mean, he was the one that suggested her, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If you want, you can sense motive to try to pick up on why he's grumbling.
Oh no!
Otherwise, you're gonna have to.
I have an idea. I was going to address it here in a second.
He's probably just like, yeah, I knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
I want to roll a sense motive just from her style, kind of. Also, not really looking anything. Actually, hold on 1 second. I have to check something on my character real quick.
I was gonna move in a circle. I was gonna hop from her to high hand, since high hand suggested her.
Yeah, let's do the sense motive check first, and we'll shift.
Yeah.
Expanded inspiration also does sense motive. Cool. So I can do this without actually expending inspiration now. It's only just general 14.
I don't know if he's really hiding it.
You know what? For shits and giggles, I'll just roll it. My mythic surge. Oh, for 20.
Okay, sure. Total of 20. Yeah, you get the impression. Roderick, he's listening to her. He's steadily nodding along. But that grunt, you're pretty sure it's in response to appeasing the nobles. You get the impression he does not like that idea.
Well, I mean, that's fairly obvious from a military background. Yep.
Yeah. It's it's already just from understanding who High Hand is, it's like, he's really not on board with following that suggestion.
Clearly, they're being babies and should learn to embrace the suck.
Yeah. But all right, so you're shifting over to High Hand, so go for it, bud.
Yep. High Hand, I believe that your recommendation for Lady Silvermoon here was just as wise.
Yes, she knows what she's talking about, as perturbing it is.
Do you have any objections you wish to bring forward?
I think appeasing the nobles is a waste of time and effort. We have far more important things to be focusing on right now. If more of these foreigners show up with any kind of standing force, we are in severe danger. We have some guards, we have some clerics, we have some paladins, myself, Garrick, Caius, and a few other hard hitters, including yourselves. We don't have a standing force. We don't have food lined up. We don't have weapon production. We don't have ammunition production. We are in a very fragile state. The comfort of the nobles should be the bottom of the barrel of concerns right now. I understand where Lady Silvermoon is coming from, and I respect it, but these are long-term concerns. We have more immediate things that need to be addressed.
I imagine starvation is quite uncomfortable.
Yes.
As agreeable as that all is.
We might, as uncomfortable as it is, we might need to at least make them think they are appeased, so to say.
Appeasement is a slippery slope.
On one hand, High Hand, I agree. On the other hand, would you rather have infighting with the small accompaniment that some of these nobles have against whatever meager forces we already have to work with?
They mired Adax in bureaucracy. They all had their fingers in various guilds, muddling with the money. They made things harder to get done. They got in the way. You ask me, what they provided to Adax was nothing compared to the problems they created.
No, that's definitely understandable. Just the point being, would you rather have the infighting with whatever accompaniment they have versus what we can provide as a defense against whatever foreign adversaries we have to contend with already?
We have no plan set in stone at the moment.
No, we don't. However, my concerns lay on the enemies beyond. At first, we only thought it was wildlife we had to deal with, and now it is not only people, but people who are openly hostile.
High Hand sat on the meeting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's aware of what they are about.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, not that meeting. He wasn't there for, but I imagine over the past couple of days, you probably filled him in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we would have definitely filled him in.
Yeah.
I believe, at least the way I received it, Lady Silvermoon's point was less that the comfort of the nobles itself is important, and more that buying their support and their resources is important.
Yes.
Said,
Granted, their comfort would go a long way.
True. I think the establishment of permanent structures overall would be beneficial, not having to worry about whether or not an animal will tear a tent open or whether or not the place that you are sleeping and eating becomes flooded with water, as it probably a concern for several people, might be enough to keep them assuaged or assuaged while also being able to provide, since permanent structures be more solid and more defensible. I believe we can satisfy both of those for now with immediate action of developing permanent structures. But
Very well.
But I'd also like to hear what Lady Goldleaf has to say. I see that you have brought notes.
Well, not so much notes. These are something of records, tax codes, other such things from the districts I worked in. I thought they might be helpful for helping establish the basis of the taxes and such. Granted, the scale here is a little different, so some things might need to be worked out, and with not money actively trading hands, it might be a good idea to not immediately tax the people, which could certainly hurt our coffers for when we do want to start, spending money in that way. But we might have some leeway just with founding the settlement and stuff. We might be able to get people to work without pay. The high priestess, she mentioned to me that there was a plan to help stimulate the economy immediately and kind of gave me some details about that. I think it could be a good idea. However, that's only going to go so far if we don't have businesses to actually get that money moving. And taxing people without money moving is, well, people tend to get kind of angry, or worse, just don't pay taxes at all. Or if they get too angry, well, violence. It's a very messy business. So however we go forward, we need to be very careful. I do recommend, until we have businesses that have regular money flowing and proper job economy, we probably hold off on taxes.
Fair assumption.
Yes.
Hard to tax things that don't move, and potential for them piling up into one space in one person's coffers.
I did want to add in regard to suggesting who rule. In my experience, people really at least when they are dealing with a lot of things, or desperate, seeing this a lot at the ground level in ADAX, people like the familiar. I don't know what all of your plans have been, but I think it might go a long way to establish a king or queen. It sounds like you're willing to take that role. I think that would help them restore sort of normalcy. I don't know all the details of these things. I just know how people are sometimes. And normalcy can go a long way. And I think the sooner we can get to normalcy, especially like with the economy, a lot of the uncertainty and anxiety people are experiencing will go away, or at least give them something to focus on.
If I may ask, what do you believe are some pitfalls that we should be aware of, since we are in early development? And let's be honest.
Well, we have a significant coffer. I do not know the exact value, but I've been assured it is significant. My suggestion, if you want the economy to grow, you need to invest in it. I suggest, for those who actually want to start a business or some facet of economy, we give them grants to get them going. Because if we can give them money and they can take that money and say, I don't know, somebody wants to open a fishery. We're here on the coast. It would make sense. Somebody wants to open a fishing business. Then they can pay somebody with carpentry skills to build them a dock, somebody to build them a boat. They can hire workers, and they can pay those workers, and they can go out, collect fish, and then sell the fish, and then the people working can buy the fish. So us injecting that money can help accelerate things. That would be my suggestion. And then be kind on the taxes starting out, if any taxes at all. If we just jump straight in taxing people, it could go really bad really fast.
Something that can be maybe an incentive for them to be loyal or whatever is, well, maybe if, like, for example, we need to have our food situation secured, maybe having like an incentive for them to work with us in the way of being exempt from taxes for a while by helping us rebuild some of the, like, I don't know, fishing industry or whatever.
Yes, once things are more established, absolutely. I'm still very much a strong proponent of avoiding taxes here in the beginning.
Yeah.
A lot of these people may only have a few coppers to their name, if anything, when they fled. A lot of these people did not have time or necessarily significant values to even bring with them. So while taxing the nobles would be one thing, taxing the common people, very bad idea. Very bad idea to start off on that foot.
It does seem strange to... Oh, sorry.
Go on.
It does seem strange to inject money from the kingdom's coffers only to immediately tell people that actually the kingdom wants some of it back right now.
Yeah.
Well, yes. It's more to rotate.
And they don't need to be accountants to feel the strangeness of that. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, continue, please.
It might just, be to get things rolling, so to say.
Yes, I would suggest giving it a few months, or however long it takes for the economy to stabilize into something. Give it a little bit more time after that, and then introduce taxes. That would be my professional opinion as the appointed treasurer. Yes.
Marshal Garrick.
Yeah.
You seem a little nervous to be in here. Is there anything troubling you?
Not so much nervous, just not really sure what I should be doing. I ain't ever be in a sort of position like this before.
Lots of firsts for a lot of people.
You could say that again.
You've seen what's been going on. You've been a part of patrols, been a part of keeping what peace we have.
Yup.
Is there anything that stands out to you that needs fixing immediately via laws or via enforcement?
Immediate thing, well, there has been some petty thefts going on, mostly around the more common folks, although, there's always some nobles whining about somebody taking something of theirs, whether they did or didn't. But the more pressing concern is there's no real border outside the outskirts of the encampment. There have been reports of, I've seen them myself, some animals getting a little too curious. I think it's only a matter of time before one of them decides where they land in the food chain, if you're catching my meaning.
I do.
I've been around animals a lot. I know the land, I know the beasts. These animals, I don't think they've ever seen people, to be honest, which is a very, very dangerous place to be in. Some of the predators, they will be smart. They won't risk themselves. They'll get curious. They'll look, but they'll wait. And it's only a matter of time until somebody's kid gets nabbed. So we need to start seeing about walls, watchtowers, and any animals that do start getting a little too curious. I think we get real aggressive and hunt fuckers down. Any animal that does taste any flesh of ours with extreme prejudice. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
That's understandable.
Especially with how big some of these fuckers beasts are. Apologies.
Tilk will actually chuckle at him trying to prop her up. Do you have any reservations about what we're doing here?
No, sir. Somebody's got to do something, and everybody's asking a lot of questions, and very few people are actually saying to do something. Everybody's saying something's got to get done, but nobody's doing nothing. So, some folks are doing food, some folks are helping other folks, but ain't nobody really stepping up. Well, except for y'all. But, you do what you gotta do when you're out in the wild, and right now we are really out in the wild. So, as far as I'm concerned, whatever it is, whoever it is, it's us or them, and, well, I know where my vote is in that matter.
Them being the wild, I assume.
Wild. Other people. I saw them weird-looking people the other day. There were a few here. There's bound to be more somewhere.
Well, I wouldn't want it to devolve into a dislike for anyone who looks like that, but I would take issue with the government of the land there from trying to absorb us, given what we've heard about them, of course.
Where I come from, outside people are very suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what they want, and most of the time, they're also looking out for, number one, they, them, and themselves. So, I have no problem doing what I gotta do to make sure us is safe. I've killed enough drow and also let enough drow by to know that not all people are terrible people. But rotten ones you gotta deal with. If the likes of them come around again and they got that same look about them, I'm just saying maybe chatting shouldn't be our first policy, but that's just my opinion. Which, from what I understand, that's all I do here is I give my opinion. My experience, you got to be able to make a fast call. Sometimes they is just a traveler, sometimes they're a slaver. And the time to make that decision is pretty short.
Your opinion is appreciated within these tent flaps.
Thanks, I guess.
High Priestess.
Yes.
I would like your opinion on what we should prioritize.
Well, food and some form of health care. We have been lucky so far, but it is a matter of time before we encounter some manner of disease. We have been comfortable within the kingdom for the most part. However, even within ADAX, flus and such would spread rapidly without proper care. We are in a new land. There are stories from long ago in Aldfair, beyond what are now the kingdom's borders, where our peoples would travel out and contract sicknesses. I think it is a matter of time before we start encountering these things ourselves, and we need to be prepared for such things. Obviously, myself and some of my clerics have magics for that, but it takes a toll. We need a way to, even at just a mundane level, be able to handle these things and quarantine these things to prevent spread, as there's a chance we might run into sicknesses that will be so devastating to the body to kill. As far as we know, we have no immune system to them. Our bodies will struggle. And as far as the food, well, the local grown food itself could contain things our bodies are not ready for. So we need to, as soon as possible, investigate what local flora and even fauna is edible, safe to eat. and what is best for farming. We do have some things of our own that we brought. It would do us well to see what could grow. I can already tell by the soil here, obviously our potatoes will grow. But beyond that, it's hard to say. But food and health, major concerns, very much need to be addressed. These next 2 months, if we do not address it, will fly by fast and people will begin to die if we do not handle the food situation.
And farming takes a while to get online, so we need to have something in the meantime.
Yes, I would recommend gathering parties. Ideally escorted by capable people.
Foraging, fishing, and hunting.
Yes. We need a solid record of the flora and fauna that can be safely consumed and what is easiest to acquire, and the potential of farming or repeated harvesting.
Essentially, things with quick.
Having access to the ocean is a major boon. I don't think we would necessarily want to be taking the big ships out to sea to fish, but in a pinch they will work. But we will probably want to invest in the construction of proper fishing ships that are equipped for such tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Let me first say I appreciate everyone giving their honest opinions of what needs to be done around our settlement. I wish to ask about the elephant in the room. Are there any objections to myself holding the office of a ruler? Calling it a king I don't believe is entirely proper at the moment, given the circumstances. But if that is what I'm called, that is what I would be called. But are there any objections?
I have no objections, says High Hand. The fact that you're not eager to take the position is enough for me. Granted, I don't think you have enough experience to really truly do it, but you're making a go at it. And that's more than what many people can say here. So, at least for the time being, I have no issues with it. If you prove to be as clever as you seem to be, then so be it. Alara just shrugs. I've said my piece. The nobles will complain. We will deal with it. I'm not thrilled to see Sloven in such a position, but it beats some of the other codgers. Miss Goldleaf just kind of pushes up her glasses and just nods. And Garrick shrugs. As far as I'm concerned, somebody willing to do something is good enough. I don't know you, sir, but like I said, you're doing something, like High Hand said. If somebody's got a problem with that, then need me to make them swallow their teeth, I guess I can do that.
I imagine there'll be many dissenters to the idea at start. We'll hold off on that.
Mm-hmm.
Although I appreciate the gumption. And then I will look to the High Priestess.
Yeah, she will lean a little bit on her staff. Well, you mentioned trepidation over the title of king. I think Miss Goldleaf made a good point of normalcy, but I am curious, if not king, then what? It is one thing to say you're in charge, but I don't think I need to explain to you there is power in a name, and not just a name, a title.
And I agree. I believe King will. I believe King will do fine. Just weird to say out loud.
Yes, your lordship.
Oh boy.
If that does make you uncomfortable, perhaps King Regent, in the meantime, as a regent, is one who is acting king for the time being. Should it be decided that is the more permanent solution, then maybe as you get comfortable, the regent just slips away from the title. As a suggestion.
I believe that to be a good suggestion.
It might also make the people feel a little bit more at ease hearing regent. For the ones who take problem with it. Anyways. It's really hard to say. They might react a little, well, commoners, they get a little uppity sometimes. But I think they'll be happy to have somebody in charge, at least for a little while, until they find something to complain about. So, King Regent, enjoy it while you can.
I will.
And I suppose the rest of us will just do the job of trying to keep the dissenters quiet.
Well, hopefully I don't give them much to dissent about.
We'll
After
see.
all, that's why I have you as counsel.
Yes. I really hope I'm doing the voices unique enough that you can tell who's speaking without me having to announce it every time.
Yeah, no, I was able to tell it was Silvermoon.
Okay.
Enough, yeah.
Very well. King Regent Snoven. Oh, what a mouthful. That'll take some getting used to.
It will.
So, mechanically, we slot in Tilk as King Regent. King Regent. Tilk slow. Let's double check the stats here. All right. Right, you're using charisma. What's your modifier?
+3.
And what is and do you have ranks in knowledge and ability? That's enough. Okay. You get to choose which attribute you're adding your charisma modifier to. Economy, loyalty, or stability.
Econ is at 8. Stability was at 16?
Your total modifier for economy right now is a +11. Loyalty is at a +8. Stability is at +13.
All right. Sounds like we need to put it in loyalty.
Is that another one that shifts every kingdom turn, or was that just the Spy Master?
No, this is a permanent one. Once he decides this one, it stays this one until kingdom size gets to like 26 to 100. He gets a second attribute to add his charisma to.
Nice.
If it gets over 101, he gets a third attribute. So then he gets to add it to all three.
I see.
Yeah. And then if he takes a leadership feat, he gets to add that bonus. Yeah.
A balanced approach, I see.
Well, loyalty is how we are going to hopefully keep everything running smoothly. We will. Economy is going to have to be adjusted as we go, and stability is going to be its own hardship.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let's do the game turn sequence. As you pretty much have, the leadership and the council gathered. So let's establish what is going to be happening over the next month. Not saying we're time skipping a month at the moment. Just let's do the kingdom building turn, or the kingmaker turn, whatever the fuck it's called. So you're sticking to an autocracy. Oh my god, how could I forget? The most important thing. You need a kingdom name.
Oh, damn.
Placeholder was Aldfair the second founding, That's just a placeholder.
Yeah, like that said, this is totally up to y'all. You can name the kingdom and the settlement, whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not a meme. All right? I don't want a dumbass name. I want an actual, a name that makes sense. If you just want to name the settlement and hold off on a name for the kingdom, or if you want to name the kingdom and just hold off on naming the settlement because you only have the one, so it should be just synonymous. It's up to you, but at the moment, you can decide the name. And of course, the name can change down the road. I mean, it's happened historically. Names of places change. Name of nations change. So
You, Germany.
Yeah.
Fucking mess.
It is what it is.
I was just thinking settlement name for now. New Adax. I imagine that's...
Or landfall or something.
Well, I hope with new Adax it has a level of familiarity.
That's true. I was actually
Adax.
Yes.
We all have mirror shades now.
God.
Yeah. And the other Adax was like a high fantasy version of a cyberpunk city, so that one really felt like Neo Adax.
I like Landfall. Admittedly, naming something New Adax may also have the side effect of reminding everyone that what happened in Adax and being fucking depressing.
That's fair.
What about you, Hairstyle? I'm going to
fair enough either way, honestly.
Going to shove that fence where the sun don't shine.
Okay, yeah, come
already
on,
there, sir.
Sounds like that's where he's putting it right now.
I mean, the only reason I mentioned new Adax is like it offers that sense of familiarity. I do also agree with the idea that it could make some people a little depressed. But I think we can do better than just calling it Landfall. We can be more creative than that.
We could make Landfall a new holiday, though.
I do like
That's
that.
true. I do, whatever we do, I like the idea of naming just the settlement for now, and then we can think longer on the kingdom as a whole as it expands, if we want.
Yeah, we are a city state now, so
Yeah.
A
small one.
Mm-hmm.
Was Adax more Britain inspired, more French inspired, more Germany inspired?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily ascribe a real world culture to it, just because it, by its very nature, when it was created, it was designed as a very cosmopolitan. Like, it was originally like a human settlement, so you could probably say it was like OG, like British, but like it very much grew beyond that. A cosmopolitan mega city of just immense scale, mixed with a variety of cultures into one hell of a melting pot. So, kind of up to you. How do you want to interpret that? But I guess like the closest would probably be British. If I really had to pick one direction or another.
Okay. We could call it a Prado. The city, the settlement of a Prado. Which is Latin for landfall.
Oh.
I didn't just want to call a place landfall. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's a good simple name. That's and you did call it just landfall, but in Latin instead.
That is true. You might think
I don't
that
understand. That makes it sound more sophisticated.
Latin, the language. I'm sorry for all 6 Latin speakers that are listening.
We need to have the Sahara Desert discussion.
No, please, God, no. So Prado is fine with everyone?
I actually like New 8X better than a Prado.
I still think landfall is best, but
Doxia.
I'm not gonna fight people over this.
In-character combat for the name right now.
I say we go for a Prado now, and then as we develop, that can change. And we could, once everyone gets over the loss of their civilization, we can call it New 8X.
Very morbid name.
I mean
Queen's
that,
Rest.
or like a different
Queen's Rest. Holy shit!
That, like,
We cannot call it Queen's Rest.
no.
Oh.
Do you want to be traumatized forever?
Like, hey, remember that time?
Brutal.
Remember that time our last monarch was killed like right in the middle of all of us?
Holy fuck.
Okay, so how
You're
do
gonna remind
you
me of
spell
the
Prado?
names.
APPRODO. The idea of calling it Queen's Rest, it's just like, oh, you're traumatized by the fall of 8X, when I could be traumatized by this.
My new trauma to overlap your
All right.
old trauma.
So, upkeep phase.
Untap.
I will suggest for. Well, let's double check real quick. I think it was Fisk. You had an optional on the upkeep, or no? You had an yeah. It was on upkeep. Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. You might want to. Here, I'm going to put this in chat for you, Fisk, in case it hasn't been put anywhere. That's an optional. To do the unrest modifier, it is up to you. We'll get to it here in a moment in the upkeep phase. I don't think anybody else had an optional.
I do.
Yeah, optional.
Oh, I see. That's like
diplomatic edicts.
decrease unrest by 1 at the risk of people being unhappy because you were like rough with how you did it. I assume.
Yeah.
Currently, we're in a stable situation, so I don't think I need to do it.
No, I'm talking optionals for like upkeep and stuff. But yeah, make sure you have like your roles in front of you, so when we get to that step, if you have something, we can address it. Because I do not like have this all inherently memorized.
Thank you.
That said, the ruler, in the grand scheme of things, gets final say on things that happen outside of like things that are specifically in certain leadership roles purview. I think like if you do want to do like a diplomatic edict or whatever, I think the ruler can veto it or whatever. But like I figure you as players, you're adults, you can like just discuss it. You don't need to be like petty and be like, no, I don't want you to. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Veto or whatever.
So the optional rule is largely moot given what we're like our setup.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, I expect y'all to communicate and just be on the same page.
Yeah.
So, phase 1 for upkeep. Check kingdom stability, pay costs, deal with unrest. So step 1, determine stability. Attempt a stability check. If you succeed, unrest decreases by 1. Well, right now there's no unrest. So, actually, we still have to do the roll though, because unrest may actually increase. So, as the ruler, guess who gets to roll?
Oh, joy.
Oh no, what have we done?
All according to plan.
We've made an oopsie.
Wow.
What's stability? I'm adding 13 to stability.
Let me double check. You are adding a plus 13. Yep, your DC is 21. You can fail. It is unlikely. There you go.
24.
Okay. So you pass. There's no unrest to decrease, and unrest does not go into negative, so it just stays at 0.
Yep. Be fair, was unlikely to enter a crimson.
Everyone's just so damn happy to be a part of this.
Yeah.
The unrest is so low, the people just start taking naps.
So you have to pay consumption from the kingdom's treasury. So that would yep. So it just subtracts 2 build points from your total build points. So your 111 is going to go down to 109. And keep in mind, like this is keeping your people alive.
Yep.
So essentially, you have 1 more month of this, and then there's gonna be problems. Then fill vacant magic item slots. Well, right now we do not have any settlement districts with buildings that produce magic items, so that's not relevant.
Right on that.
Step 4: modify unrest. Also, well, you can't really do the optional to decrease unrest, so that doesn't apply for physical stability at this point. So now unrest does get added to.
And beats people up for no reason.
Unrest increases by 1 for each kingdom attribute that is a negative number. Luckily, none of those are a negative number right now. The Royal Enforcer may attempt to reduce unrest during this step. You've filled the ruler role. The Spy Master is filled. So what would have been a -5 unrest is now 0.
Goddamn.
So you're not passively gaining unrest at the moment. So now we go to the edict phase.
Edict.
So step 1 of edict is assign leadership. So normally when you're actually in the system going from like turn to turn, it would be during this phase you would actually put people in positions of power. So technically all that upkeep would happen first, and then you would be bringing people into leadership after the upkeep. So, you know, if that would affect anything during upkeep, you technically don't have those positions filled. But for this turn, doesn't matter. Because weird story stuff. Step 2 is to claim and abandon hexes. For your kingdom to grow, you must claim additional hexes. You can only claim a hex that is adjacent to at least 1 other hex in your kingdom. Before you can claim it, the hex must first be explored, then cleared of monsters and dangerous hazards. So the hex you're on right now has been claimed. No other hexes have been claimed. They have been explored, Like the surrounding hexes have been explored, but they have not been cleared. So you don't technically have any additional hexes to claim at the time. But normally when you would claim a hex, you would spend 1 BP. You can also abandon any number of hexes to reduce your kingdom size during this step. But when you do that, your unrest goes up by 1 for each hex abandoned.
I assume you're abandoning the people in it or making them relocate, so that's not great.
Yeah. Okay, step 4. This is where shit actually starts happening now. Build terrain improvements. You may spend build points to build terrain improvements like farms, forts, roads, mines, and quarries. You may also prepare a hex for constructing a settlement. Depending on the site, this may involve clearing trees, moving boulders, digging sanitation trenches, and so on. See the preparation cost column on the terrain and terrain improvements to determine how many BP this requires. So you do absolutely need to prepare for construction. So let's see, terrain improvements. Syndicates what kind of hex you can build. The slide states the effect. Okay, that's the cost. Okay. Preparation cost. Okay. So you're on a coastline. Coastline is a special effect of essentially it just mimics what terrain it is attached to. So a coastline, you are technically in the hills. So preparation time takes 1 month. And it will cost 2 BP to prepare it for construction. And
I don't actually know if that's a lot or not.
You have 109. It's representing like the raw manpower and what materials you do have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have a decent chunk to work with. It also costs 4 BP to build a farm, but you need to prepare the land first.
I will need fortification.
I assume once we're moving, we'll start like producing BP to spend on a regular basis.
Yes. BP is part of your treasury. It's a mix of things that represent like how much I think it's literally BP standing for build power, I think. So it's a mix of funds, material, workers, all that fun stuff. Well, actually, you do have the tent city already established. You know what? I'll say it's technically already like prepared, or at least it's sparse enough that like as part of the construction, things can kind of be moved out of the way. But in the future, you'll have to pay preparation costs before building.
Okay.
Okay. Makes sense that people probably just kind of naturally made space for themselves, and on the scale that we're at, like that probably involves sort of clearing out a lot of the area.
Is there a limit on how much terrain improvements you can do at once?
It depends on which
improvement edicts. Tells you the maximum number. Where are the improvement edicts?
Improvement or physical improvements you can make to your kingdom, founding a new settlement, adding buildings to a settlement, building roads, creating facilities. Your kingdom's size limits how many improvements you can make each turn. See table improvement edicts below. You can make all the improvements listed on the appropriate row of the table. For example, if your kingdom's size is 5, on each turn you can create 1 new settlement, 1 new building, 2 terrain improvements, and claim 1 more hex. So we are... Where is this little fucking shit?
Your size 1.
We are kingdom size 1. We can have 1 new settlement, 1 new building, 2 terrain improvements, 1 hex claim.
Hang on, where are you seeing this table?
I'll drop it in chat at the very bottom.
There it is. Okay. Instead of creating a new settlement, a new army unit. Okay, so technically you do need to create a new settlement. Let's open this real quick. Okay, so you already done the funds. You exported and cleared a hex. You claimed the hex. It's been prepared. Construct your first buildings. And that is saying settlement, new building. So you can create 1 new building, 2 terrain improvements. That's the main thing that you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just do the terrain improvement first. You get 2 of those. There's a variety of options. A farm costs 4 BP in hills to construct. You can make roads. You don't really have anything to connect a road to, so not really relevant.
You either build a fort or a watchtower.
That's what I was thinking.
Probably fort.
Does a fort encompass like an actual town of people, or would it just be a military installation?
It could be a town of people.
Oh, okay.
A fort is a walled encampment for military forces outside a settlement.
So it's outside a settlement. So
okay, I gotta double check what these asterisks mean. An improvement marked with an asterisk can share the same hex as other improvements. Okay. You can build a fishery, which costs 4 BP, and decreases consumption by 1 BP. A farm decreases consumption by 2 BP.
Our current consumption is 2.
wow.
You could build a mine, quarry, a sawmill, watchtower. Watchtower costs 12 BP.
Yeah. If we build a fort, we don't have to worry about a watchtower, but it is more than the watchtower.
We can't put a fort on top of the settlement.
Yeah, it has to be outside the settlement. So essentially it has to be in another hex.
Is the watchtower one of the ones that can be?
Yes, the watchtower can be within the hex of the settlement.
Okay, so it sounds like the watchtower is a good start, and then as we expand, we can do forts.
Yeah.
Watchtower farm
and the fishery.
Watchtower
fishery.
What was that about the fishery?
Important.
Yes.
Either a farm or a fishery we start off with.
Oh, we are a coastal settlement. So.
The fishery reduces consumption by 1 BP. A farm reduces it by 2. Fishery costs 4 BP. Farm would also cost you 4 BP because you are in hills.
Okay. Well, then a farm is more advantageous.
Yep.
Yeah, the farm is mechanically stronger. Makes sense for a fishery to be on a coastal spot, like, narratively, but I mean, can those eventually share a hex, or are there ones that can't?
Yeah,
I'm not looking at
eventually share a hex.
They share.
Oh, cool. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just,
I guess
if we're going to build a watchtower, which would we want first?
Well, the watchtower increases consumption. Wait, no, it doesn't. Am I insane? I'm insane.
Well, it does not.
Watchtower increases stability and defense, reduces unrest when it's complete.
Oh, it was the fort that increases consumption.
Guys, our leader's already going crazy.
413, bite me. I think farm watchtower because farm, we cover our cost for consumption.
Yeah.
And then watchtower, we increase stability, defense, and we also meet, with those two decisions, we meet two of the needs that we're looking at.
We had
16 BP.
Yeah.
I also like farm watchtower. I think that makes sense.
Okay. The sheet does not really have a space for lane improvements, so I'm going to take a note in my note sorter. Where it's a watchtower and farm. It's going to be 16 BP. Let me update the numbers here. I know this is so thrilling. But
It's fine.
once we get a hang of this, this will go faster.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing a board game for the first time. I mean, you got to go over rules for a little while and figure stuff out. Then it smooths out.
Also, since like in the same turn, the hex is becoming a settlement, or well, it is a settlement or whatever. It does count as a watchtower building. Yeah, typically like you build the watchtower first before you like build a settlement there. But you know, wibbly wobbly shit. So those are two terrain improvements. You get to build a building. Let me get to the list of buildings. Scream. Where are they? Oh, there it is. Buildings. Cool. Okay. There are a lot of buildings. Some of them are upgrades to other buildings. Some of them require other buildings. So I think I heard a mention that like housing was a main thing you all wanted to cover, right?
Yeah, it'd either be housing or some sort of medical facility.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple different options. There is literally house. No, that does not mean literally you build one house.
Okay, I was about to ask.
That's an upgrade from tenement. Shit. Let's go see what tenement looks like.
Oh, one big happy family.
Like apartment or like, multiple.
Tenement counts as house for buildings that must be adjacent to a house. Upgrade to house. Oh, that's just a special. Okay. It increases unrest by 2 to have a fucking tenement, but tenements are a staggering number of low rent housing units, effectively. Just effectively.
Yeah. Like a dense one, I guess.
Yeah. So it costs 1 BP and it takes 1 lot. I'll see about maybe putting together the fucking settlement map thing in some way, shape, or form. But that'll be a later thing. Because there's actually a thing for like laying out your city, if you want to get into that, where buildings take up a number of lots, so you actually technically can run out of space on a hex for your settlement. Yeah. So are you all cool with doing the tenement?
Yes, we can't jump straight to house, which I mean is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'll take a note of that. Farm, watchtower, tenement, that's 1 BP. So you can go down to 92. As people are going to work. So that's your 1 building. That's your 2 terrain improvements. Me go back. We're on the edict phase.
Yep, improvement edict.
Did the terrain improvements. We
We
already did the create/improve settlements. All right, step 6: create army units. They create, expand, equip, or repair army units. We need to go look at mass combat. Because I'm assuming y'all want to do that.
I'd like to.
Yep. An
Yeah,
army
it would-
unit
it
can
would
just
be good to have-
literally a single person, and it can be as big as an entire regiment. That's the funny part.
It would be good to have fighty people.
Guys, congratulations! You make up our
Nah.
entire army.
As
Yeah,
the
go
diplomat,
get 'em.
I think that we shouldn't have an army because that sends an aggressive posture, and that's not very good for diplomacy.
Neither is
But
having.
we also need a defense against anyone who chooses to do violence against us.
Politics.
All right. Okay. ACR. Oh boy. Army challenge rating. Okay, great. I just
Yeah,
need
the
to
army
see.
combat rating.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how the fuck you cost out building a unit. That's what
A
I'm trying to
unit can be
figure
as small as 1, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, and 2,000.
Share that link.
That is
Okay.
actually just the army table size. But it doesn't tell me how much that is going to be.
Here's the thing.
That's
I
still under.
need to know the cost of assembling a unit and determining what that unit is made up of.
Okay, so the mass combat refers to kingdom building. Often there's loyalty. If you aren't running a kingdom, substitute will save for loyalty check instead of a kingdom's control DC is the primary ability of equal to the party's average party level. For example, for party Okay. Instead of BP, multiply BP cost by 500 GP. So where do we?
That's saying if you're not using kingdom building rules. That's kind of the issue I'm running into is
Strategic route, defeat, recovery.
there's not really a discussion of that.
Kingdom leaders. Kingdom leader commanders. Losing commanders, army resources. Ah, here it is. Army resources. There is a little thing. Resource scaling.
We understand this is very exciting for everyone.
Hey,
Transferring resources.
it's math. Math can be fun.
I like math.
Player characters in battle, offshore combining, reforming, preserving, splitting armies, sample armies. Interesting. Okay, so that's just a list of sample armies. So what the heck is reach? Combining, that's optional characters in battle. That's all that does. That's using special abilities. Transferring resources. You may take a purchase resource from one army. Okay, no, that's not what we're looking for. Siege over mounts. Resources are available. You must spend BP for a resource before you can apply it to the army. Losing commanders, king commanders, boom, commanders, recovery. That's for victory, rout, or defeat. Strategy track.
I see. Okay. So this is probably just not going to be relevant right now. I'm seeing a forum post. I'll have to deep dive on the rules for the army stuff later. It sounds like you need to have appropriate buildings to recruit units of certain types. Y'all just don't have buildings for that.
Yeah.
Like, you got a watchtower. So we'll address that later. We're just going to move on for now. I'll look into that. It's my bad for not knowing that ahead of time, so I apologize. I thought there would have been a hyperlink to like a straight up list of like, this costs this may BP and blah blah blah. You can recruit basic shit without special buildings and stuff, but I guess not. My bad.
We are livid.
So step 7, you can issue edicts. Or the edict phase. Let's see. There's a bunch of different edicts that can be performed. There's like holiday edicts, improvement edicts, promotion edicts, taxation edicts, all kinds of shit. So holiday edicts, general celebrations or observances that take place across the kingdom. The BP expenditure includes lost revenue from citizens not working during the holidays, preparations and logistical arrangements that occur year-round, the cost of actual celebrations. These annual costs are averaged over the year and included in the listed consumption modifier that you pay each turn. The number of holidays per year is the number you promise to uphold and the number that the common folk expect to enjoy over the next month. I'll get back to you guys on holidays. I already know of one. There might be more you all wish to add. Up to you. There are improvement edicts, which you've already been doing.
Looking at the exploration
Promotion
edicts.
edicts are events and actions the kingdom uses to attract new citizens and increase the well-being of the kingdom, such as recruitment campaigns, advertisements and services and goods, and propaganda to improve the perception of the kingdom at home and abroad. Promotions increase consumption, but also increase stability. There's also taxation edicts. I'm assuming you all are not going to be doing those at the moment.
Skip.
There are also diplomatic edicts. However, there's not a lot in that way. Exploration edicts. Commission explorers to map unclaimed hexes and prepare them for your kingdom. You may choose to accompany the explorers or let them explore on their own. So that's something you guys can actually decide to do. You can send other people out to either do the exploring and clearing monsters out, or you can do it yourselves.
You know what they
Trade,
say,
not
if
really
you want
relevant.
a job done, you do it your fucking self.
Vassalage, not really relevant. Diplomatic stuff, there's nothing really you can do about that right now, because that's Embassy Treaty Alliance. Yeah, not a lot in that way. So for the exploration, do you all just want to kind of handle it yourselves for right now, or do you want to assign people to do stuff?
I mean, we could do both. We could spend a little bit of BP to have them explore one of the nearby hexes, and then we can go explore other ones.
That's true.
Okay.
So,
like I said, pretty much like all of the bordering hexes kind of have been explored. The big issue right now is needing to clear them out. I'm going to share my screen real quick.
We're gonna see the GM's stuff.
Only what I want you to see. So essentially, this is what has been explored so far. Obviously, there's the landing site where the ship is in the bay here. This is the hex you all have claimed.
Okay.
The hexes that border it have been explored. They have not been claimed. They have not been cleared. That said, to clear shit. Where is it? Oh no, wait, I think it is under turn improvements. Oh yeah, exploration time. It takes 1 day to explore. What's the fucking? It would just help if some of this stuff was just in the same place.
Yeah. Explorers note obvious terrain features and resources on the first day in the hex. Each day spent in the hex allows knowledge, geography, and or survival checks to locate hidden landmarks, layers, or resources, with a DC ranging from 15 for things that are relatively easy to find to 30 for those that are well hidden and generally unknown.
Oh yeah, so the time needed to clear depends on the nature of the threats. Okay, so that's just a vague amount of time. Cool. And then the time spent preparing for construction. Okay, so these bordering hexes have been explored. So you've claimed one, and then you've explored 6 effectively so far. These outer 6 have not been cleared, though. So you can send people out to hexes. Granted, you do not have a ton of like dedicated combat personnel. So if you want to send a group to each hex, you can make it happen. It's just some of them may not come back. So it's up to you. How many people do you want to send out? How much of it do you want to just do yourselves? All that jazz.
My thought would be to send one to one hex just so we just double up on work and like we can explore another ourselves. Not a heavy investment on the Kingdom's End or on our end for just a little bit of extra. Yeah.
I think narratively that'd be the kind of thing we like ask people to volunteer to do rather than like making people do it. But it could also be something that we wait until we have dedicated combat forces to do.
Also true.
Yeah. Like you can ask for volunteers. You will certainly get some volunteers if you want to do that. If you're only looking for a group to do a hex, you'll probably be able to cherry pick who you want to send based off of experience. If you were doing several hexes, it would just be like send whoever you get. But if you're doing one hex, you can cherry pick who you're sending to like improve their chances that they will successfully clear it, but also come back alive.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. Like if we're only sending people to do one just to double up so that we're doing one and someone else is doing one.
Okay. So which hex do you want to send a group to, and which hex do you want to do yourself?
I think we need to get that one to the south because that's where we ran into our original.
We ran into people, so there might be some more people there. We don't even know.
Yep.
Okay. So this center hex here on the south, just direct south.
Yep.
You're gonna do yourselves, you said? Or are you sending people to that one?
I think we should go to that one just in case there are people in that direction. And then we can actually send just to the northeast of that. We could send a party there.
Yeah, I think going to the one we've already been to is also good just because we're at least somewhat familiar with the land.
Yeah, working on securing the peninsula. Now, I'll have you know the coastline ones, the coastline bits that are overlapping into other hexes, those count as the hexes they're overlapping into. Because you do also technically need to secure water as well.
Yep.
If you want to claim an ocean hex. So like the bay and the landing site, that is claimed as part of the land that is also claimed.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So you might actually want to have them go and follow the coastline farther down instead.
Which bit of coastline? The one with the ship?
Yeah,
the one south of that?
The one with the ship.
Okay.
Work our way out.
Okay.
Also, hopefully with it being a coastline, it's lighter work and less risk.
It still counts as hills. So remember that day where you went out and you fought a bunch of monsters?
Mm-hmm.
You had like 4 fucking encounters or whatever during the day. That was you clearing the hex. There were others clearing the hex as well that were being sent out to different parts of the area, but you were claiming that first hex. They're essentially doing a similar thing because it's just wilderness. There's not like a dungeon they have to go clear, as far as you know. So they're just going through, dealing with whatever problematic wildlife and other hazards there may be.
It might be good to tell people if they encounter an especially dangerous place, like something that the game would consider a dungeon, they just like report back about it, and then we can not send people to more likely doom.
Yeah. But pretty much what you see here on this map, that is the summation of your knowledge of the land so far.
Cool.
So let's go back. So that's your exploration. All right. So your edicts have been issued. Income phase. Make withdrawals from the treasury. What treasury you do have, you've been told not to pull from it for now. You do not have anything to deposit. Y'all broke, effectively. You do not have expensive items to sell for BP. And you have elected to not collect taxes for the time being.
Yep.
And it goes to event phase. In the event phase, a random event may affect your kingdom as a whole or a single settlement or hex. There's a 25% chance of an event occurring. See events. Open events. Okay, well, it took me to the top of the fucking page. Cool.
Cool.
Click this link to events. Now we finally have an events page. All right. It says 25% chance of events if no event occurred during the last turn. Okay, well, we don't have a last turn, so we're just going to say it's flat 25%. The GM may have a specific campaign event take place. There is actually a campaign event that is going to take place, so I'm not going to roll for an event at the moment. I'll familiarize myself with it later.
Oh, thank God.
Not super relevant right now. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I think.
And then that's it. It's that easy. Like I said, it'll go a little faster once we get more familiar with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's set for the month. I guess I want to ask real quick. I know we're pretty far in it. Do y'all want to go for a little longer? Or do y'all want to stop here?
I think we should stop here for now.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
I am down to go longer, but not so badly that I would want to make other people do it who don't want to.
I do need to go to bed because I have a shift in 7 hours.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw
I'll do the wrap up real quick. Thank you everybody for listening and sticking around for kingdom building and us getting all that established. If the rules sound interesting and you're like, man, they are making this seem more complicated than they actually are. SRD. Pathfinder has an SRD. Go read the SRD. Go read the rules. From what I've looked at, they look like a lot of fun. And if you are down to hear more of it, we're in RP. We'll be here the next time. Thank you for listening.
Next time, less kingdom building stuff. More shit happening.
Yeah, we promise.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there'll be some shit. There's an event that's gonna happen.
And we're not the government, so oh shit, we are the government. Bye.
Yeah.